Thank you. Whoops. Me too. Trying to get all this crap set. Okay, good morning, everyone. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, I'd like to call this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto to order. Before I start, I'd just like to do some introductions. My name is Stan Komorik. I'll be your chair this morning. I'd like to introduce some of my fellow panel members. On my far left is Natalia Popovic. On my left is Mr. Donald Taylor, and on my right is Mr. Bill Dalton. Okay. Yep, sorry. I'd also like to introduce Barb Bartosik, who's on the far left, who is a Deputy Secretary Treasurer for Etobicoke, York, and Barb's staff in front of me. Okay, I'd just like to do some introductions. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to several properties to create new lots. Our land acknowledgement, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Our procedure this morning, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid and in-person virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, while others will participate virtually by an electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or other device and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will be automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your device until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled if you wish. You will be only visible during the 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, the video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentation materials submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. Copies of the decision. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, as Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Now, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies such as the City of Toronto are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our procedure. I will call each item in order listed on the agenda. When you make your submissions where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. However, when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are advised to let the chair know if they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching or have reached your 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other material you wish to submit, as I mentioned earlier, must have been emailed in advance of the hearing, as staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address first. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make the presentation to the committee on the application. Again, please note the committee may not entertain revisions. We may decide to defer the application if it is substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Secondly, individuals either in support or opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the meeting room first and those online second. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, then the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The applicant or agent then has the opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Excuse me. Okay, before we proceed to the agenda items, I'd like to first ask for confirmation of the minutes from the previous hearing of May 28th, 2026.
I'll move to pass.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, the minutes are approved. Are there any conflicts or any issues of interest to be declared by committee members or staff for any of the items on today's agenda?
Yep.
Yes?
I have a conflict with item 2. I'm currently
Okay.
working with a couple of the consultants on that file on other things, so I will leave the room.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dalton. And lastly, I'm going to get... It's for item 2, which I believe is going to get deferred anyway, but we have to go through the motions. I'm assuming there are no items to be closed, Madam Secretary Treasurer? No. Okay, so then we do have a couple of deferral requests. I'd like to deal with those before we go to the top of the agenda. And the first item for deferral, I believe, is item 2. So, Mr. Dalton, I'm not sure if you need to... You're going to leave? Okay, ciao. Okay. Checking on my speakers. So Matthew Schuman is the agent and is virtual, I believe. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, sir. So we're looking to defer this item?
Yes, that's correct. For the record, my name is Matthew Schuman. I'm a lawyer at McCarthy Tetro. We're solicitors to the registered owners who are the applicants today. My address is 66 Wellington Street West, Suite 5300. You probably have in your materials a copy of correspondence with staff. The applicant's planning consultant requested to defer this item on June 2nd. This is a very technical bylaw that has references to reference plans of surveys and other things in it. So we asked to work with staff to provide additional clarity on the variances.
As the variances may change from what was actually posted.
We're asking for the same variances, sir, but we are just trying to explain them a little more clearly given the complicated nature of the existing bylaw.
Okay, fair enough. Are there any other speakers on this one?
There was one additional speaker. Janice, would you like to speak, or would you? They're going to be deferring. So essentially, it would just be if you were okay with the deferral or not. Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully they'll come back with something you prefer. Or more. Okay, thank you. Okay, and there are no other speakers, Thomas?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. So I'll take it back to the panel.
I'll move to defer this matter to allow further consultation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, given there's only the two of you. That's perfect. All in favor? Okay, the item is deferred. Okay, let me just make some notes. And the other item, four, okay. We'll just wait till Mr. Dalton's back. Welcome back. So item 4, we have both staff and the applicant requesting deferral. So this is 47 Struthers Street, and the agent is, I'm assuming, online because I don't see them here. Eva? 4.
So I didn't see the agent on this one. Is there a IVA in chambers? Let me just double check. So yeah, they were sent the link yesterday and they're not online right now.
Well, let's come back to them in the regular,
Okay, I'll send them in another email right now to see if they connect.
perfect. So then we'll go back to item 1. Okay, so item 1 is 1006 and 1008 Kipling Avenue, and this is an application requesting to construct a 6-story apartment building that would contain a total of 46 residential units. There are 5 variances being requested. We have 60-plus letters of objection. We have a counselor's letter of concern, and that's all we have in terms of departments. And speaker,
We have, planning has an information report.
well, planning does have an information report, yes. Okay. So, again, the agent is online or in person?
I believe in person.
I don't have okay. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. I have a presentation that was submitted, if staff, thank you very much. My name is Greg Ewens with Batory Planning and Management. I'm here today requesting 5 variances for, as you mentioned, a 46-unit apartment building at 1006 and 1008 Kipling. Next slide, please. Here's the site in context. It's just north of Etobicoke Center, one of the primary growth areas within the city. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial of the site showing 2 vacant detached buildings on the property. And the next slide shows images of the front and rear of this property. Next slide. The site is designated as neighborhoods. It's on an avenue, and it is zoned RD. The planning framework applicable to the site permits a variety of low-rise housing forms, multiplexes, townhouses, as well as 6-story apartments. Kipling Avenue is it's a major street. It's a wide street with a planned right-of-way of 36 meters. Next slide, please. In 2024, City Council approved zoning for 6-story, 19-meter, 60-unit apartment buildings on major streets across the city. Next slide, please. I also note that the site is in a major transit station area, a PMTSA, Kipling station. Both the provincial planning statement and the city's official plan intend growth and intensification in these areas to a minimum target density of 300 people and jobs per hectare. Next slide, please. The city has also expanded avenues designations across Toronto, including on Kipling Avenue, and is working to further add as-of-right zoning to these new avenues and other policy changes to allow mid-rise buildings as of right. And you can see the mid-rise diagram here. Next slide, please. The area to the south of the development includes Kipling Station and numerous tall and mid-rise buildings. It's just 2 blocks south. You can see the subject site there. This is all within the PMTSA. Next slide, please. We had a public meeting that we hosted on May 25th. We gave notice to the local residents group and 80 properties in the surrounding area. And it was a 2-hour meeting. It was attended by 25 residents. And we discussed parking, loading, the site plan process, stormwater management, tree protection, and many other things. Next slide, please. The proposal before you is a 46-unit, 6-story apartment. There's no vehicle parking. There's generous indoor and outdoor space. There's new tree planting and landscaping across the site. 46% of the units are 2 bedrooms. The average size of units across the project is well over 700 square feet. 5 of the units, more than 10%, are proposed as affordable rentals. Next slide, please. Here's the site plan with walkways around the site. You note the existing trees. Actually, if you go to the next slide, please, you'll see the landscape plan, which is a bit more illustrative, showing new tree planting, 2 rows of trees on Kipling, tree planting at the back, and boundary trees across the site being maintained to as great a degree as possible. Next slide, please. Here's the rooftop amenity space set well back of the main walls of the building with planting at the boundary to prevent entirely any overlook issues. Next slide, please. Next slide. There's a list of variances here. Next slide. There's 5 variances. The height variance requested is necessary to ensure the building has both a functional ground floor height for solid waste storage, for bike storage, for building utilities, and each residential floor is 3.05 meters in height, which is very standard for good livable apartment buildings. It also supports air source heat pumps throughout the building, which helps achieve the city's green development standards. Privacy and overlook impacts of the added 1.5 meters have been mitigated by the increased rear setback, the lack of projecting balconies, and setbacks to the roof amenity area. Also, all of the windows in the building are below the as-of-right height. Next slide, please. The Avenues policy, as I mentioned, allows or intends mid-rise buildings. On a 36-meter right-of-way like Kipling, that would be a 11-story building. Next slide, please. The side yard setbacks shown here, they're at 2 meters. The requirement is 2.16 meters. We're just shy of that, but that has a big impact on our ability to provide a building wide enough to provide good size units, and we would lose a number of bedrooms if we squeeze the building into an as-of-right situation with side setbacks. We believe this is a reasonable balance against policy objective 4112 of the official plan, which seeks family size units in these buildings. Despite the marginal increase, we are providing large front and rear setbacks. Next slide, please. Next slide. The majority of buildings in the area have low side yard measurements. The separation distance to adjacent buildings is shown here. To the south and the west is quite significant. Next slide. Regarding the loading space variance, we're working with the city through the site plan control process on a lay-by in the front, but solid waste collection is satisfied curbside pickup in this case. Next slide, please. And I'll conclude. The site is subject to numerous layers of growth policy at the provincial and city levels. The proposal achieves the intent of the EHON policy changes to provide new housing in neighborhoods, specifically family-sized and affordable housing, as well as the MTSA policies for density. As I mentioned, over 10% of the units in the project
Can I
are
get you to
affordable.
wrap up, please?
Yep. City staff have reviewed the application in detail and have no concerns with the proposal. Their reports also note several changes we've made to the application. In my opinion, the requested variances meet the 4 tests and constitute good planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away. I'll start off with one question. You're saying that under EHON, you would be permitted 11 stories on this site?
No, under the avenues framework that is being advanced by the city.
Which hasn't been adopted yet.
The Kipling is an avenue. It's designated as an avenue now. There's further work the city is undertaking in a 3-phased approach
But
to...
I don't believe Avenues allows 11 stories.
No, but the avenues dezonation is one of the numerous growth designations in the city. Right now, there is no 11-story permission on the site in the OP.
Or anywhere along Kipling. North of where...
I'd have to look at the entire corridor. There may be within other parts of it, but in this area, as it is a major street neighborhood, we are permitted to do 6 stories.
Okay, no, because otherwise, how would you justify the fact that you're already exceeding the height that's permitted as of right with 6 stories?
Well, we're exceeding the metric height, though, not the number of stories. And again, part of it is to do with the mechanical space within the building to make sure that we're meeting our
No,
intense...
we'll come back to that. I just
Okay.
wanted to clarify, because you made a statement, you showed a drawing showing a building with 11 stories. The inference is that that's...
I don't want to provide that as an inference of what is currently the operative policy on the site. That is illustrated to demonstrate the direction the city is heading on avenues, whether or not it's adopted by council or not. This is in a PMTSA. It's on an avenue. It is an area
No,
that
I understand
expect.
that. I just
Okay. I don't want there to be any confusion around that for anybody in the room or the panel. So.
Oh, I don't think there is, but I'm just trying to make sure that you're not trying to sell something that doesn't exist.
No, sir, that's not my intent.
All right,
I'm
thank you.
looking at the planned context.
Okay. Any other questions before we get to other speakers? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have a number of speakers. Should we go in order, Thomas, or?
Yeah, so for the most part, we have all the in-persons. The Nick is not going to speak, but everyone else is checked in.
Okay, so we have Robin Perry. And I guess before people start, I just want to make a little bit of an intro, saying that, you know, we're not here to contest whether an apartment building can be built or not. We're here to review the variances, whether they are reasonable or not. And that's really what we need to focus on. So just as some context for the speakers. Thank you. Sorry, so is Robin our first speaker?
Yes, I am the first speaker, Mr. Chair.
You don't want to go first?
Well, we've actually coordinated with our neighbors in border, and I sent an email, and Thomas was going to give me that list.
Right. So
That's okay. Whoever wants to go first.
we can do that order that you guys like. We'll just go. I'll just check you off here. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so if we can get your name, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Simone Laronde. I live at
Okay.
4 Mervyn Avenue.
Gotcha. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're representing myself and my husband on 4 Mervyn Avenue, as well as my immediate neighbors at 6 Mervyn, 1000, and 1010 Kipling that directly border the north and south property line of this proposed apartment. We request the denial of this application in its entirety. These variances are not minor. They constitute an aggressive overdevelopment that destroys our neighborhood livability. While we recognize we are in a major transit area, we urge the committee to uphold the specific zoning safeguards implemented last year under Bylaw 608-2024. As Councillor Holliday underscores, City Council made intentional choices when establishing these uniform caps to inform predictability. We refuse to surrender our quality of life and property value to permit a developer to unilaterally reset the boundaries of a citywide policy to prevent for private profit. I will restrict my testimony to the height, length, and setback variances, and my neighbors will follow to address the unworkable operational failure of this footprint. They will expose the safety hazards of the zero loading space variance and detail how driving a massive foundation into a high water table threatens our basements with flooding, echoing the catastrophic July 2024 flooding storms. Let's look at the core structural variances. The developer is demanding a 27-meter building length and side-wide setback of 2 meters. That is a massive 73% deviation from the 7.5-meter requirement. To justify this massing, they misapply an 80% street fronting right-of-way guideline meant exclusively to prevent a front canyon effect. It was never intended to strip the transition protections on interior lot lines bordering residential backyards. Furthermore, the request for a 20.5-meter height completely violates the strict 19-meter regulatory cap under the EHON Major Streets Framework. Their own materials admit it's not slated for an avenue mid-rise rezoning until 2027 or later. As Councillor Holliday notes, this extra height is not a site hardship. It's requested solely to facilitate, and in their quotes, to provide a luxurious floor-to-ceiling heights in these units. Squeezing an unstepped 6-story wall against a 2-meter line for interior luxury directly violates policy 4.1.7 of OPA 727, which explicitly permits intensification only where contextually appropriate setbacks are maintained. Breaching these bylaws systematically dismantles our livability across 3 critical pillars. First, equating the 6-story proposal to setbacks of existing 1.5 to 2-story homes on page 17 of their report is an absurd planning comparison. Seasonal shadow analysis shows that by slashing the setback by 2 meters across a 27-meter depth, footprint creates a catastrophic winter eclipse, entirely overshooting our lots and plunging our homes into permanent darkness and increasing our winter heating bills for months. Second, the developers attempt to exploit a loophole regarding primary windows. To justify the side yard setback of 2 meters is not minor, by using an open concept kitchen island window to bypass privacy rules. A kitchen island is the active heart of a modern home and opens to a primary living space in their plans. Claiming these windows are secondary is a semantic game that defeats the livability standards enacted last year. For my own second-floor bedroom, the only light source on my northern side, I will look straight into an active wall of windows, forcing me to permanently close my blinds to protect the basic privacy. Finally, oversized footprint requires construction injury and removal of mature boundary trees, providing our only natural privacy screen. Stripping this canopy leaves us entirely exposed to downward look and noise from an elevated rooftop terrace 20.5 meters in the air, and it is a flagrant violation of Toronto's urban forestry guidelines. Furthermore, on page 9 of their own report, admits that their 2-meter setback will cause direct injury to number 6 and number 7 in the private backyard of 6 Mervyn Avenue. The Planning Act mandates that new housing must maintain the livability of what's already there. It does not require existing residents to surrender our light, privacy, and safety to subsidize a private design. We urge this committee to uphold the integrity of the law and refuse these variances in their entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any questions, I'll thank you and
Thank you.
ask the next speaker.
Okay, so we have Agnes next.
My name is Agnes Drakowska, and I live at 31 Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Agnes Drakowska, and I have lived at 31 Brennan, just behind the proposed development, for more than 20 years. We understand the city is growing and needs housing. We support appropriate intensification. This application goes significantly beyond what can reasonably be accommodated on this particular site. I concur with all the concerns expressed by other speakers today, while I will focus on what I consider the most significant variances, and that's number 2 and 3. The request to exceed the permitted building length of 25 meters to 27 meters while reducing the protective side yard setback from 7.5 to only 2 meters. That is a reduction of approximately 73%. The developer's servicing report admits that this structure is being built directly into a highly saturated water table. By requesting a variance to put a building length to 27 meters and slash the side yard setback to 2 meters, they are driving a massive continuous concrete barrier deep into the earth right along our lot lines. The footprint acts as a literal underground dam. To keep their own building dry, their pumps will constantly alter the local water table pressure, redirecting displaced groundwater straight into the uninsulated basements of the adjacent 1.5-story homes on Mervyn, Brennan, and Kipling. If the developer maintained the mandated 7.5-meter setback, the site would retain enough natural, permeable earth to absorb and filter this water naturally without relying on risky mechanical pumps that will fail during a power outage. This layout actively shifts their private hydrogeological liability onto our properties. Moreover, the developer engineering report proves that the Kipling Avenue public infrastructure is already facing capacity crisis. The report acknowledges that areas along the perimeter of the site drain to the adjacent properties. Yet, by demanding variances to maximize the building footprint, they are significantly increasing the property's non-permeable roof area. Their entire design relies on artificial underground storage tanks rather than the natural softscape absorption, mandated by the 7.5-meter setback bylaw. If these mechanical storage tanks overflow and the RFHIS controls clog during a major cloudburst, just like the devastating July 24 storm, the excess water has nowhere to go and will immediately spill over into our lower-lying backyards. The properties along our section of Brennan and Mervyn are located within a lower-lying topographic basin relative to the surrounding area, and it was documented in the pictures in my letter of objection. making them particularly sensitive to drainage and groundwater issues. Please note that the applicant's functional servicing and stormwater management report completely fails to consider or analyze the topography of the adjacent properties and the resulting storm and groundwater impacts. This application violates the core intent of the zoning framework by replacing safe setbacks with over-engineered, high-risk workarounds. We must distinguish between theoretical compliance on paper and real-world environmental functionality. The developer's servicing report treats this site as a generic urban lot, focusing conditions within the development site itself, completely ignoring local historical documentation of an old, buried natural creek branch running near Mervyn Avenue. Standard surface runoff equations do not account for the disruption of an active underground watercourse. Because the applicant has provided absolutely zero localized hydrogeological flow modeling to prove that a 27-meter-long foundation won't sever this buried path creek, the committee cannot safely conclude that this variance is minor or desirable. They are asking you to lock an overscaled concrete footprint into law before doing the mandatory science required to prove it won't flood the neighborhood. Neighboring properties on Kipling, Mervyn, and Brennan have experienced recurring backyard ponding with moderate rainfall and basement flooding with major events, all documented into our letters. This proposal is not a minor adjustment, but an attempt to aggressively fit a larger building onto constrained site. I request this application to be refused. Thank you for your attention today.
Thank you, Ms. Etobicoke. Any questions?
Sorry, this is a public hearing. I would ask that there not be applause.
No applause.
This is a public
Thank you.
hearing. I'm
Thank
asking
you.
that there not be applause after each speaker. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Janke. I've been a resident in the community for 30 years. I live at 11 Mervyn Avenue. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns regarding my opposition to the variance request at 1006 and 1008 Kipling. I'm grateful for this opportunity. I'm addressing the committee today to voice my strong opposition to the following two variances, which include variance number 5, no loading spaces will be provided for the new building, and variance number 3, minimum side yard setback. I also have concerns regarding variance 1 and 2, but I will not address these as my neighbors have shared their views regarding these variances.
Sorry, just to interrupt you.
Sorry.
Hold this time, please. I believe number 3 is the building depth or length.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And your concern is number 2, the
That's
side yard setback. So I just want to.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect.
My opposition to variance 5, no loading zone, and the variance, well, the no minimum side yard setback variance, to be clear, is based on 2 key perspectives. My first perspective is my current role as a VP of Operations and Asset Management for 11 multi-residential buildings located in southwestern Ontario. My other perspective is I'm a proud but concerned resident of the area who has witnessed an alarming amount of safety traffic-related issues in the past 10 years due to an increasing amount of high-speed cut-through and illegal street parking on Brennan Avenue that makes this route dangerous for cycle and pedestrians. From my professional perspective as a VP of Operations in the multi-residential space, I'm aware of the operational complexity it takes to manage buildings of this proposed size. As well, to be clear, this is not a small walk-up building. Rather, the infrastructure proposed will require a large amount of vendor visits daily, weekly, monthly to keep the building operation efficiently and within city codes. For context, here are the trade and vendor visits daily, weekly, and monthly. Pump sump visits, HVAC, fire safety, electricians, water quality, utility management services, government inspectors, property management visits, resident move-in, move-outs, elevator services, locksmiths, telecom, window cleaning, utility providers, landscaper, cabs, wheel-trans, generator checks. Of course, this does not include Amazon or resident visitors. I would also like to question the practicality of the developer removing the turnaround from the plan. The adjustment of just 3.3-meter driveway will require for heavy trades, vehicles, U-Haul trucks, courier service, and wheel-trans to blindly back out on a sidewalk and then onto a Kipling, a high-speed, busy road, putting pedestrians and drivers at risk, and no doubt bring Kipling to a standstill. It should also be noted that the building of this size that do not have turnarounds or parking out front typically have access to these activities via a back alley. I would also like to address my objections to the no minimum side yard setback, which based on my professional experience is unrealistic. As inevitable, the building event will require major repairs due to acts of God, warranty issues, or tenant-related damage, and will be problematic as there will be no access to the building, nor their space for which placement of heavy equipment or material unless they use Kipling Avenue as a marshalling area. From my personal perspective and community member, I'd like to state that I am in favor of the development of rental inventory that meets the growing needs of the city. However, I do oppose an impractical plan which has a building shoehorned into a very tight space with no loading docks or proper setback, which if allowed to proceed will no doubt reduce the livability and the safety of the community and set a dangerous precedent for future developments. In closing, I trust the Community of Adjustments will consider this information and do what is best for the citizens of this great city and reject the applicant's request for these variances. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, sir.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Robin Perry, and I've resided at 32 Brennan Avenue with my husband, Mark, for over 17 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak regarding the application before you. I am representing my family and many neighbors who share our concerns but are uncomfortable speaking at this hearing. We object to the 5 variances being requested. I support my neighbors Simon and Agnes' arguments as well as Don's and want to further elaborate regarding my objection of variance number 5 relating to the no loading space. Eliminating the only required loading space is not a minor adjustment. It removes an entire category of infrastructure intended to service a building and transfers those functions onto Kipling Avenue, which is a main arterial road and busy transit corridor. The site is 13,200 square feet. What physical constraint makes the loading space impossible rather than inconvenient? The applicant's proposal maximizes density at the cost of basic servicing. The applicant, in support of their application, has referenced mid-rise buildings which have been granted relief from a loading space. I have visited 3 of these properties. In particular, I'd like to point out new builds under construction at 230 Royal York Road, which faces a side street with a large side setback, as well as 140 the Queensway with a large side setback from a car dealership. These setbacks give more than ample space for drop-off and deliveries away from the main street, as opposed to the building on Kipling. I have submitted photos as part of the supplementary package of these properties. The other buildings referenced are on single-lane main streets, such as Danforth and Wellesley. These buildings are in denser urban contexts, in multi-use neighborhoods, with commercial and retail storefronts. Curbside loading is more common, and slower traffic prevails. These buildings are not on an arterial road and busy transit corridor. Brennan Avenue is a through street that runs north-south from Burnhamthorpe to Bloor. The congestion on Kipling is already forcing drivers to turn off at Tyre and onto Brennan right in front of our home. There are no sidewalks nor a four-way stop at most intersections. We avoid certain times of day to walk our dog because it is dangerous. Illegal parking occurs every day on Tyre and Brennan north of Mervyn. There is no doubt the traffic and parking volumes will increase significantly if this application is accepted in its current form. The applicant has submitted 2 reports by Condevcon Group that support the variance of no loading space. I would point out the information in these reports are incomplete and inaccurate. The traffic and loading brief only analyzes trip generation for the property during peak hours. It does not provide a loading analysis. Also, the report shows a hammerhead or T-drive in front of the property. The latest plan only shows a small 3.3 meter wide by 5 meter deep driveway at the front of the property. The parking justification brief states there is all-day parking available on Tyre, west of Kipling, Brennan, north of Mervyn, and Renown Road. This is not true. The city restricts parking longer than 3 hours on these streets, and overnight parking is illegal. We object to the variances presented by the applicant and ask the committee to consider our very serious concerns about this project. The applicant's supporting reports are incomplete, in some cases use only partial data, and contain mistakes and omissions. There are too many holes and unanswered questions relating to this proposed apartment building. Why should we and neighboring residents living here between 10 to 50 years be put at risk because of this? Why should we lose our privacy, our tree canopy, our ability to walk safely on our pedestrian streets? Why should we have to worry about facing increased flooding events? On this basis, as well as concerns raised by my neighbors, we respectfully request the committee to deny all variance requests by the applicant. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? No?
Could I ask that we hear absolutely no applause? This is a public hearing, not a town hall. The Deputy Secretary Treasurer has already cautioned you about this. I'm repeating it. Please respect this request, or I'll invite the booze too.
No, let's not degenerate to that.
Yeah.
Mr. Dalton, I think, has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to note on the conceptual landscape plan that the applicant has submitted, they note that turnaround or options for their possible turnaround are still under review with their site plan application, so that still may come to fruition. And if it does, then if that does get included, they will be back here potentially for more variances, so
All right.
it's still in flux.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Dalton, for pointing that out, and I did see that on the plan, but my understanding was that the Committee of Adjustments makes decisions based on what is approved and what is in front of them at the time, which is why I wanted to point it out, because it is different from the original, from the plan they're submitting now.
No, for sure. And in any case, whether there's a turnaround or not, the applicant is still asking for no loading dock. And I can
Yes.
see them coming back and putting one in when they go to site plan. So it still is a valid concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude our in-person speakers? Is there anyone else in the chambers wanting to speak to this issue?
Do you have to be on the list to speak?
No?
We would just ask you to fill out one of the cards over there, so we just have your information for the record.
Do that again?
We just want to get your name and address.
Yeah, you can do that after though, like, especially with the.
But tell us who you are before you start.
Sure. My name is Randy Dickinson. I live at 44 Mervyn for almost 50 years. I'm well known in the neighborhood, and I know the neighborhood well. I guess my resident neighbors have done a wonderful job on the critical matter. I'm emotional. I'm an emotional guy, and I'm going to do the emotional part of this. When they talk about water, let's just talk about the water. There is a site at the base of Mervyn on Kipling that is owned by the city that has not been up for sale forever because it's a wetland. That wetland is fed by an underground river that comes down from north of Dundas and beyond through the neighborhood in several underground tributaries that feeds that little wetland. So this beautiful piece of property is not for sale. So that's an indicator that underneath there's something going on. The developer, who I always refer to as our, I guess, modern carpetbagger, they do their thing, plant their building, and take off. We have to live with this. During the last major storm, I guess it was 5 years ago, maybe 7, that whole neighborhood east of Joplin Avenue North was flooded. And it was flooded because the water comes down from the east, or the south and the north, and then pools, and then goes down Mervyn Avenue and leaves a mess. So they're going to build this massive structure that's going to alter this underground topography. Not right. That's not right. The other thing that people talked about today was Kipling Avenue North, or Kipling Avenue North and South, major artery. In the morning, on a very typical morning, the traffic is backed up from the lights at Bloor to Matisse, both lanes. Now we're going to add this massive structure. Oh, but there's going to be no cars because we don't give them parking. Well, you know what? There's going to be cars, and those cars are going to join that massive backup that lasts probably 45 minutes. No police, just the lights flashing, you know, at the corners. It's just it's a joke, and we're just adding more to that joke. They're providing a number of bicycle spots, I think 44, and the residence is a lot bigger than 44. So I guess the other people are expected to just walk. Well, you know what? The walk to the subway is not an easy walk in the park. It's a long way down. And these people are going to have cars or scooters or motorcycles or whatever. And there's nothing in this plan to facilitate that. So they're going to park on Brennan. Brennan has restricted parking. They're going to park on Tyre, restricted parking. There's no parking on Mervyn. There's no parking on any of the streets west. So these cars are all going to be parked on Brennan. And my neighbors are going to have these cars in front of their houses forever. And where are their guests going to park? And where are their families going to park? You know, the planning department is not our friend. It's not our friend. We pay them, but they're not our friends. They don't work for us. This meeting, we were told not to come to this meeting because you are not going to hear us. You don't care what we want to say. And sir, I'd like to address you. If I want to applaud somebody that does their homework, I'm going to applaud. And if you want to speak to me about that, we'll speak up.
No, sorry, that's inappropriate.
I don't, you know what? What's
Please
appropriate
speak
to
into
you
the
is
microphone.
not appropriate to me.
No, we're asking for decorum at a.
Okay, but we're not going to
Okay, we're not going to argue.
We're not
that.
going to
Okay.
entertain threats
No, I agree
either.
that.
I'm going to cut you
I
off and have you sit down
apologize.
if you do
I
that.
apologize for that. Anyway,
You apologize to me.
no, I didn't.
Well, maybe you should.
Well, maybe he should apologize to us.
Strict rule around.
You know
public-
what, sir? You know, like
This
this
is
is an
no, listen to
emotional
me.
thing.
This is a public
This is
hearing.
emotional. People are
It's
emotional.
emotional for all of us, but that doesn't give anyone the right to applaud.
Nobody
in a
was
public
rude.
hearing. It's a simple rule.
Nobody was rude. They were just reacting to what these people did, all the homework they did. This lady traveled everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Anyway,
Anyway, thank you. I'm going to ask you to sit down.
you know what? Whatever.
Okay. Unless there's anyone else in the room, I'd like to go to the speakers that are on the list virtually.
So we don't have an Irene. She's not currently online. Bogdan, he emailed us, says he's unavailable. So we do have a Karina Vincent that's currently online.
Sure, let's bring her on.
Good morning,
Good
committee
morning.
members. My name is Karina Vincent, and I live at 46 Blaketon Road, which is a ways off from Kipling, but this is all part of Eatonville, and I am dismayed by the fact that I have to present to you again so soon. It is now clear to me that despite revised city bylaws for increased density, builders seem to always want more. Honestly, what is the point of bylaws when they're willfully not respected? We may as well not have building bylaws at all. The totality of the variances numbers 1 to 4 that have to do with setbacks, building length and height negates all the planning and consultation that went into the development of our new bylaws. These variances will have a tremendous detrimental impact on residents living right next to it and nearby. And city planners are in complete denial about the fact that Eatonville is already being flooded regularly when it rains. I live like streets away near 427 and Burnhamthorpe, and our street, my street, Blaketon, had so many homes flooded just at the last time. Like, we need to do something about that. And people had sewer backup, everything done by city, and it just kept flooding. So I did want to speak to the fact that the developer agent just said that they need the side variances to keep the unit sizes and bedrooms reasonably sized. They don't need to do that. All they can do is just build fewer units. They could build 30 instead of 46, for example. So some of their arguments just are not logical. And the variance to remove one loading side dock, frankly, is just shocking, as is the fact that there seems to be hardly any room for driveways, drop-off spaces, and even if planning policies remove parking requirements and assuming all visitors do not have cars, everyone is going to be mobile, no accessibility issues, no seniors who need, we do still need space for deliveries, rideshare services, service vehicles, moving trucks. Is it okay to just fill up small neighboring streets with these vehicles? The developer agent just said that they're working with the city to deal with this. Well, then they need to formalize those plans first and let residents know what they are before this committee signs off on variances like the loading dock one. We all know that this development will be the first of very many such future developments on major streets. If you approve the variances requested here, we all know that future developments will request and get approval for similar variances too. It's just the way things happen now. Can you imagine if they all had no space for loading docks, rideshare services, service vehicles, and so on and so forth? What will the end result be? The end result is not sensible urban planning. The result will be planning for urban chaos. I respectfully ask you to reject all these variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Thomas, do we have another speaker online?
We did have a Philip Scarfo registered, but again, they're not online, so that's it on my end.
Okay, and we have no one else. Okay, I'm going to ask the applicant to come back for a 5-minute rebuttal.
Hello again, sir. Okay, I've got some notes here. I appreciate everybody coming out today and the engagement on this. I appreciate people taking their time to come to the meeting with us a couple of weeks ago and share their comments. And I'll go through these as quickly as I'm able here. On the floor height, there was a comment that a 3-meter floor-to-floor height is a luxury building. Those are very standard residential floors that I see in just about every development proposal that we work on for multi-unit buildings. The policy 417 was raised, compliance with that. The policy states that properties in neighborhoods along major streets may intensify beyond the prevailing building type and be assembled to include development of townhouses and apartment buildings, provided the other policies in the plan, 415 A, H, and I, which has to do with patterns of blocks and streets, are maintained. There's also 4112 and 4113, which are policies specifically related to major street development. And one of them talks about including a diverse mix of housing, including setbacks that are contextually appropriate, limiting privacy and overlook, et cetera. Regarding primary windows, we heard there were concerns about the classification of the windows. We've met with the building department, who have determined, based on the bylaw definitions, that everything we're proposing on the side yard is a secondary window. We're happy to work with the community on moving those around if necessary in the context of site plan to further mitigate privacy impacts, or frosting some of the windows on the stairwells is an option as well. Regarding urban forestry, staff have reviewed the application. They're satisfied with the impacts associated with the proposal that are no greater than that of an as-of-right development, and are able to be mitigated due to the slab-on-grade construction, which helps with root systems. And we're further proposing several new tree planting trees on site in the rear yard and in the front, in the city's right-of-way. Regarding the water table, there were a lot of comments on that. We are required to maintain or improve pre-development flows on our site. That is the requirement of the city, and we are doing that. I know we exceed our softscape requirements on site. We exceed the area that's required to be permeable. Most apartment buildings rely on stormwater management systems to maintain these requirements. This would be a requirement for an as-of-right development or this development. It's not driven by the variances. We're working with staff through site plan control, and they have no concerns with the geotechnical or stormwater matters. Our geotechnical studies, our stormwater studies, which were submitted, are based on the city's terms of reference, include grading of surrounding properties, include consideration of all of the matters that the city requires for that engineering review. There were a couple comments on the side yard setback. One of them noted that we don't have a side yard setback. We do. It's 2 meters. The requirement is 2.16 meters. And so that 16 centimeters, again, is helpful in getting this building to the point where we can provide good size units and for the project to pencil. If it doesn't make sense for us to build it, then it doesn't get built, and that's a challenge, and that's something we have to contend with. Regarding the loading requirements, we're working with staff on lay-bys and turnarounds in the front, and this is something that I figured would come up in the hearing today. One of the things we're making sure is that there are a few options we're looking at. None of them drive further variances. If city staff are of the opinion that the site plan process would necessitate further variances, they would not have authorized us to come before committee today. Whenever we're doing a site plan and a variance application simultaneously, staff will not authorize the application to be scheduled until they're certain that there are no further variances necessary. We're still working through some details about the front layout, and that's an important operational piece of this, and that'll be secured through the site plan process. Regarding parking, we met with the community. There was a request that we advise future tenants about the lack of street parking in the area, which we are absolutely happy to do through lease or other materials, or my client is rather. I also know there's a couple green P lots which have monthly rates within 300 meters of the site, 700 meters of the site. This is a rental building. There was a comment about the developer taking off after it was built. This is a buy and hold developer. They build and hold. They build rental buildings. They hold on to those rental buildings. They maintain them. They're part of the community in which they get built. Council made regarding the EHON decision, council made an intentional choice with the bylaw changes. And when you write citywide bylaws, there's a general acknowledgement of variation in lot fabric. And that's why this process exists. When putting together this application, we have to have regard for the impacts related to the variances when compared to the as-of-right condition versus the proposed form. And with regard to shadows, setbacks, impact, overlook, the proposed development has a very similar set of impacts when related to the as-of-right building. What the limited variances that we are requesting do allow for us to deliver on city policies, delivering new rental housing, new affordable housing. The proposal balances these various objectives of the plan, provincial policy, zoning standards, and good planning outcomes, and in a sustainably designed building, which exceeds front and rear yard setbacks, and all in a required growth area.
Thank you. Don't go away.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to kick off the questions, and I think the context I want to provide is that this is a fairly new form, which is, we've went through this first with laneway suites, then with garden suites, and now we're looking at the EHON intensification. And in all cases, this committee was fairly cautious when implementing new new provisions, because the provisions are there. So to me, the question is, you know, what hardship is being created that's unique to this site that requires you to get these, to ask for these variances? And in particular, I'd like to have that question answered with regards to why you feel it is a hardship to provide a loading dock and why you feel you need that height. And with regards to the height, I mean, at 3 meters, you're looking at over 9.5 feet. Is that the gross floor to floor, or what's the finished floor inside?
That's the limit between one floor to another. So that
I
includes
see.
the ceiling assembly, the floor assembly,
Okay,
everything
so,
else.
so your finished floor to ceiling is what?
It would be between 8 and 9 feet, which is fairly standard for an apartment.
Okay, but you're still going to 9 feet then?
Generally, and again,
Okay.
as I mentioned, that's
Just
common.
wanted to clarify that. And then the loading dock, what's the hardship there?
The loading dock, it's a mid-block site. And one of the things that the city is entertaining a lot with more mid-block type apartment buildings is curbside collection for solid waste. We acknowledge that there is a need for a lay-by or a turnaround or something at the front of the site, and that's, again, what we're working through in site plan. Along with city staff, we have several options for that. To put a loading space in the building, a type G loading space, which is what's required, has a vertical clearance of 4.5 meters. So there's one of the challenges with the bylaw is when you do put in a loading space, it invariably requires a height variance because all of your floor to floors are increased. Right now, our ground floor is 4 meters tall, and that's enough to provide the bike parking clearance we need, our mechanical clearance at the ground floor for electrical and other space that we need to operate the building. We also don't have a basement, so, you know, partly to deal with groundwater, but that's one of the realities of the construction. So if we're doing a loading space, either it's outside, which I find problematic for the surrounding context, if you have loading operations happening outside, inside yards, different than on the streets.
Okay, but the loading space doesn't need to be restricted to garbage collection. I mean, you've still got the move-in, move-out component.
Yes, certainly,
as well.
sir. And that's exactly why we're working with staff on a lay-by or a turnaround or a temporary space in front. We've done this on other buildings as well, and operationally it satisfies the needs, whether it's for contractors, whether it's move-in, move-out, et cetera.
Okay, so if you're looking at doing that, it would have been helpful to put that on the site plan, to provide something other than just a T entrance.
I agree with you. And again, it's part of the ongoing site plan process. I think what is helpful about the major street type of development versus the other types of EHON development that would have been before the committee is there is an added level of review. There is a site plan process. Staff are looking at the technical considerations around these applications in more
That's
detail.
not a public
So-
process, and I think that's where it kind
certainly,
of
sir.
loses.
I understand. As we're working with staff on it, you know, that's something we hadn't landed on with finality, but there's an acknowledgement between staff.
But I do,
us.
I do acknowledge your dilemma, because you can't get site plan until you get variance approvals.
The notice of approval conditions for site plan cannot be issued until bylaw complies, or there's bylaw compliance. That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other members? Okay. Okay, sorry. Thank you then.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we'll take this into committee then. Any discussion? I mean, I would just start off by saying that, you know, as we had gone through the other EHON intensifications, we tended to be fairly conservative on allowing variances until those things sort of played themselves out. And I would suggest we're in the same boat here with the major streets. Anyway. If anyone else has any comments, or if anyone's ready for a motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that OPA 727 and bylaw 1061/2025 does permit a 6-story apartment building up to 60 units on this site. And in this case, they're looking for 46. And there is no residential or visitor parking required, so they're not providing any. And with regards to, as the applicant indicated, they are eligible for curbside garbage pickup, which is why they're trying not to provide the loading space. And as well, the driveway is still under review with the site plan application. So depending on that design, whether or not it comes to fruition, and in the event that it results in any sort of further tweak, they may or may not be back here.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I'll chime in on the, having heard a lot of information today and received a lot of input, which was very helpful. I have to, at some point, stand back and say, let's look at first principles. And our first principles are a review based on the Planning Act and the 4 tests. And in that respect, in considering all of the submissions, I continue to have concerns. I have concerns with the nature of the minor variances requested, highlighting, as has been done today before us, is minor variance number 2 and minor variance number 5, but in totality as well. So I do have concerns.
Okay.
So on that, I'll add, because I think the committee is very much like the neighborhood on this, split. So I just wanted to note.
Well, I don't think the neighborhood is very split.
Well, those that are here, and I thank those that are here for your input, but the way I look at this is there's 4 tests. So what are those tests? Is it minor? Yes. Does it conform with the OP and the zoning bylaw? It does. And then the 4th test is it compatible with the site and the surroundings? To me, it is. But that's the subjective part. You will differ, but that is my view. So I will just note that.
Okay. Is anyone ready for a motion to test the water on this?
I will.
Okay.
So with that, as I've noted, I do believe the application meets the 4 tests and move a motion for approval, and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Opposed? And apparently I can't vote. I'm going to abstain then. I can't cause a tie.
It's a public, would you please explain the policy, I guess?
Yeah, it's, as chair, I'm not allowed to cause a tie vote. If we had our 5th member here today, I think this vote would have gone differently, but unfortunately.
And where is that 5th member?
Ill.
Could we not have been deferred this until the?
We can't, that's not a reason for deferral, unfortunately.
An important decision like this, the committee's not going to
That's,
consider deferring?
These are the rules under which we are obliged to operate under.
With City of Toronto
Yeah.
rules, policy?
Correct.
Oh, boy.
How come we were not told about this before that?
Well, I'm not sure how we would explain that.
Challenge now to explain it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's.
So the motion passes on a split vote.
Oh, boy.
Congratulations to City of Toronto, because you're in for one big shit show.
God, that's too bad. It really is. It's, Mr. Dalton, you know, maybe.
Please come by the
Mr. Taylor,
neighborhood. Please come by the neighborhood, Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Taylor, you were a bit confrontational and all that. I hope that didn't taint your decision, did it, sir?
No, absolutely not. And I was going to say that. I see vocal.
Okay, we're not going to get into
No, it
this
didn't influence me
explaining.
whatsoever.
It is what it is, and
I think the discussion on this application has to conclude.
yep.
We do have a deferral request for item 18 that just came in, if you would like to deal with that now.
I think I'd like to proceed and just deal with it as we go.
Sir, what would you
Thank you.
vote if you had the right to vote?
Well, I think
Sorry,
you can.
that's
I
not-
think you can figure that out.
Yeah, thank you.
Unfortunately, under the new provincial legislation, no.
Provincial, we're talking the city of Toronto.
Yeah, but the appeals are a provincial jurisdiction. Okay, sorry, do we want to deal with the deferral or do we want to continue on? No, number 18 is now a last-minute deferral request.
Yeah, but 4 was.
Yeah, also with 4, the agent hasn't.
We haven't gotten to 4 yet, yeah.
We'll be going in order for that one, right?
Is number 4, is the agent there?
So that was a request for a deferral, but the agent is still not online.
Still not online, okay. Do we have the agent for number 18?
Yes. I can connect them now.
18. So number 18 is 33 VENN Crescent, and this is an application to obtain consent to sever the lot into 3 residential lots, one of which would be undersized. And the agent is Robert McQuillan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. That's correct. My name is Robert McQuillan. My address is 2472 Kingston Road, Toronto. I'm a registered professional planner with the Bigley Area Group, and I'm the owner's authorized agent. And thank you to the committee for considering this item at this time in the agenda.
Okay, can we get your reason for deferral?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I know
you...
Ravine and Forestry is actually asking for deferral as well, so.
Yes, precisely, Mr. Chair. We received comments from Urban Forestry and Ravine and Natural Feature Protection just earlier this week, and we feel like those comments should be adequately addressed before we proceed with the hearing. So thus far, we've actually had collaborative meetings with both divisions this week about potential revisions to our plans to address their comments. However, given that that will necessitate design adjustments, we'll require some time to do those, undertake the necessary recirculation, communicate the changes to the public, and then return to the committee with a revised plan. So for those reasons, we're requesting a deferral and looking forward to returning in the future with revisions for you.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any other speakers for this item? I'm assuming not. Thomas, sorry. Do you have anyone else online?
So we had Emily Ha in person, but I see her online, so I can connect her now.
Hi.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I was told that this might have been deferred, so I wasn't sure if I was going to speak, or do I speak once the new hearing is?
Well, both.
Okay. Okay, sure.
The agent is asking for us to defer this because they have more work to do with Ravine and Natural Forestry Protection. So we just would like to get your opinion on the deferral, whether you're okay with that.
I'm okay with the deferral.
Perfect, thank you. Anyone else? No.
That's it.
Okay, so let's take it to committee.
I'll move to defer this matter, Mr. Chair, for the reasons stated.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that item is deferred. And I'm assuming we still haven't heard from the agent for number 4, so.
No.
So let's
Oh, you did?
She emailed me back, and
Okay.
she told me that she needed an updated zoning review, so she's going to be rescheduled. I told her she still needs to attend the hearing to request the deferral, but she's, I guess, not online still. So she has been notified. She knows she's supposed to be here.
Okay. We just continue on with the regular agenda. So
Can I ask on this, on number 4, Madam DST, my notes reflect an automatic deferral. Can that be taken care of absent the agent?
I mean, we can, but we do let applicants know that they still have to show up because it could be deferred for additional reasons. And the applicant also didn't post the sign, which is one of the things they're required to do. So I'll reach out to the one staff person we don't have at the hearing to see if they can touch base, we can hold it till the end.
Okay, so our next item is item 3, which is 28 COLWOOD Road. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage, a covered front porch, and a covered deck, cabana, and pool in the rear yard. There are 7 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting 2 conditions in the event of approval. We have 2 letters of objections, one of which is next door. And go back to my speakers list. Okay, Peter Giordano online is the agent. Good morning. Are you there, Peter?
I am, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members, Peter Giordano, David Small Designs. We're at 1405 Cornwall Road. That's Unit 4 in Oakville. And we are the project designers and the authorized agent.
Okay, I don't think we need a full presentation, but if you can give us a bit of an overview and sort of explain why you're needing 7 variances.
Sure, absolutely.
There's a revised application on this one. There's only 1 variance.
Where is that?
It was in the additional material.
No.
I don't see an item 3 in the additional material.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm looking at item 5. My apologies.
No worries. Okay. So back to 7 variances.
Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm going to knock one of the variances off the list, if I can start with that. It's variance item number 6. It's the location of the AC unit, and that's primarily because we've sort of preempted the mechanical design, and the house will be targeting a net zero build. So as such, we predetermined the mechanical equipment will be a shallow electric heat pump and will conform to the required zoning, so it's no longer required.
Perfect. That addresses one of the concerns that was raised as well, so.
Perfect, yes. Okay, so I'll make it quick. I'll try to get through it. Proactively, we met with the city planners in advance of our submission, reviewed our variance applications. The planner concluded he had no concerns with our proposal. Staff comments now received have no concerns with our application. Lot coverage, I'll touch on it really quickly. Footprint of the house and the garage is 31.42%. What puts us over is the covered front porch and the cabana. It accounts for the additional 6.89%. The features are modest in scale, well integrated into design, so we don't believe it contributes to a visual development of the lot.
And I don't think we have concerns with the rest of the variances unless anyone else does. No? Okay, so I'll cut you off there.
Perfect.
And my only question then is, I believe the next door neighbor, their primary concern is the preservation of the hedge in the front. Is there anything you can do for them?
Absolutely. So we've had, our clients had some ongoing discussions with their neighbors. We were aware that they had concerns about the cedar hedge. I guess one fact that I would try to just correct is the fact that they had stated in their notes that the site plan that they had shown that the hedge was entirely on their side of the property. Now we have an arborist report. They've also included an arborist report in their letter, which both show the hedge at the front as being shared. Now, aside from that, though, we don't plan on removing either of the hedges at the front of the property. They are shared, so we do have to do a little bit of cleanup on those hedges. We could see in one of the photographs that the neighbor had provided, the hedges now extend almost out and over our driveway line. We're not changing the left line of the driveway, but the hedges grow way over, and there is a little bit of a safety concern in terms of pulling in and out of that driveway.
So you're looking at doing some pruning as opposed to digging things out?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. That's good, thank you.
Sorry, Mr.
And
Chair.
any work,
I just wanted to note that there is one participant, Jonathan Shea, that's not on your list. So I don't know if you want to.
Oh, so there is someone else to speak to this?
Yes, I don't know if he wants to go a little more
Okay,
detail.
I did not realize that. That's fine. We'll, we'll let them speak. Are you good with that, or is there anything else you want to tell us
Yeah,
before we?
I just want to conclude that some of the hedges in the rear of the property, we are required, due to the fact that there's going to be a pool in the rear yard, the city requires a pool enclosure permit, so we will be installing a fence to enclose the entire rear yard. That will provide a little extra privacy and enclosure in the back, which was one of the neighbors' concerns at number 26. And we're going to do our best in conjunction with our arborist to make sure that our clients are just as concerned about maintaining the hedges as much as number 26.
Okay, thank you. We'll let the other speaker go, and then if need be, we'll get you to come back.
Thank you.
So Jonathan?
Hi, good morning.
Oh, you're in person, okay.
I'm here.
Wonderful.
So first of all, my name is Jonathan Shea. I'm here with my wife, Adrienne Samara, and as you had mentioned earlier on in the last few minutes, that we are one of the ones that are interested about opposing. I want to start by saying we are not opposed to the redevelopment of this property.
Sorry, we need your address.
Oh, 26 Colwood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our concern is the cumulative effect of the 7 variances. The application seeks variances related to the floor space, the lot coverage, the aggregate side yard setback, the building depth, the driveway width, and the air conditioner setback, which I understand is now off the list, so we'll scratch that one. These variances must be considered collectively rather than individually. Taken together, they permit a dwelling that is substantially larger, wider, deeper than the existing home, and materially increase the scale and intensity of the development on the property. In our view, the cumulative effect cannot reasonably be characterized as minor. The building footprint, depth, height, hardscape reduce the openness between the properties, increase the overlook into the neighboring yards, alter the established landscape character of the neighborhood. We would like to emphasize that this is not an objection primarily based on a hedge. The hedge and the privacy concerns are examples of the broader impacts created by the cumulative scale and intensity of the project. As the size of the dwelling and the hardscape areas increase, so does the pressure placed on the adjacent properties and the existing mature landscaping. The applicant's own arborist report identifies the west property hedge line as requiring preservation while acknowledging that portions of the hedge may be affected by the construction activities. This illustrates the type of impacts that can arise when development approaches the limits of the site. The increased driveway width variance is also significant. It contributes to increased hardscape, reduced landscape, open space within the front of the yard, further affecting the established character of the streetscape. In our respective submission, the application does not satisfy the 4 tests for minor variance under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. Taken together, the variances are not minor in nature. They do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan, and are not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. For these reasons, we respectfully request the committee refuse the application. Alternatively, if the committee is not prepared to refuse the application, we request the committee ensure that the urban forestry conditions adequately address the protection, monitoring, and preservation of the mature landscaping identified in the arborist report. Thank you.
Thank you. For what it's worth, forestry is requesting conditions to be imposed both for the private and the public trees. And the side yard setback, I'm assuming they are providing at least the 1.2 from my reading of this, but I'll get the applicant to address that. So any questions from, no? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, if I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have been advocating on your behalf without you being here. That's okay. Anyway, I'll get the applicant to come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. through you, in addressing the comments from our neighbor at 26. Although we have an aggregate side yard proposal, yes, our minimum required side yard is 1.2 meters. We're actually providing 1.51 on one side, and these are minimums, 1.51 and 1.63 on the opposite side. And that's primarily because there's a skewed left side property line that tapers back a little bit. That impacts the aggregate total. So if you look, we are on our left side in comparison to number 26. We're actually further away. They're closer to the property line than we are. We're pulling further away. We're not at a minimum. We achieved the side yard setbacks as individuals. So we believe there's sufficient space to provide for drainage and circulation on the sides. As such, we believe the aggregate total to be a little bit more technical, I would say, just by way of the shape of the tapering side yard. Can you advance to slide number 5, please? And this would have to do with building height. No, you just went past it. One more, one back. There we go. So again, building height increase, we're asking for a building height increase just for that center section of the building. And that is 1.1 and a half inches higher than it's permitted to be. And that's also measured to the very highest point. That's not the flat part of the roof, but there's a 2% drainage slope at the top. If we took it just to the edge of the roof where it meets the sides, that's down to 10 and a half inches higher than what we're permitted. And we certainly believe with the design, building the second floor into the roof line, giving it the character of a sort of a 1.5 to 2 story, we believe that's a very minor height setback or requirement that we were asking for. Permitted building depth, the building length, which is one of the zoning aspects, it's in conformance with zoning. It's only 16.56 meters in a straight line measured from the front to the back. The building depth, which is measured from the skewed front yard, it's an offset from the front yard property line that actually forces that extra length. It's taken on a diagonal, as you can see on the image. Thank you for displaying that. It's measured on a bit of an angle, which increases what it's showing there. Now, that variance request is only 0.55 meters or 1.9 foot, and that's because of the fact that the line is actually about 1.5 meters in front of the garage where it's being measured from. So again, we would classify that as a technical variance. And now I'll just touch on the driveway. We're keeping the existing driveway configuration within the boulevard. So we're not changing the width. It's actually narrower at 5.44 than we're required to be. But the house is a 2-car garage, which is permitted to be. So we actually flare the driveway open a little wider to be able to achieve access from the 2 front garage doors. It's not as wide as the garage facade at 7.51 meters. Right up against the garage, it actually gets a little smaller to allow the side walkway to occur, and it's at 7.07 meters. So we're working with the driveway to permit getting in and out, but beyond that, we're less than the permitted 6-meter side yard or driveway width. So again, we believe that to be pretty minor in nature.
And that narrowing, I'm assuming, is to preserve that front yard tree.
It works, yeah. It's that's part of the issue, but it's also we're fine to gain access to the front based on that current driveway width.
Okay. You wouldn't be opposed to tying to site plan for that driveway design, I'm assuming?
Absolutely, if that's required.
Well, it's just to give the neighbors some comfort, but okay, thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, any discussion, or is anyone ready for a motion? So we have a revised application. There's now 6 variances, not 7. And we have forestry requesting conditions 1 and 2 with regards to both public and private trees.
Yeah, so with that, I'd like to move a motion for approval, as I do believe it meets the 4 tests for the application as revised, and then that would be subject to the June 4th, 2026 Environment Climate Forestry Memo noting conditions 1 and 2. And then did we also want to tie it to the site plan? Sure, why not?
With respect to the driveway?
With respect to the driveway shape, yeah, so that's,
Yeah.
so they're not getting that full width.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's valid. So we'll add that too.
Okay, and I think forestry will appreciate that too,
Yeah.
as would the neighbors, so that.
For belt and suspenders.
Perfect, okay.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to the applicant and the other deputant.
Wonderful, thank you.
Oh, and that was as revised, right? Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay. So the next item would be item 4, but I'm assuming we still don't have. Okay. Well, we could take a break, or we could defer that, or hold it for now.
Olivia's emailed, Adam has called, they're not answering, he's also followed up with an email, so.
Okay, so we're going to take a break till 11:15 then?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
was mine.
Bill, your camera's gone. Yeah. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for the indulgence of that break. Numerically, our next item is item 4, but I believe we still don't have the agent for that, so I'm going to skip to number 5. Unless, Thomas, you have somebody there? No?
Nothing, not yet.
Okay, and are there other speakers for 4?
No, it's just
No,
the agent.
Just the agent, okay. Good enough. So item 5, 67 King George's Road. This is an application to maintain the existing driveway. I believe the original description was to construct a second-story rear addition, which really isn't germane to what the variance is. It is one variance, and it has to do with the driveway. And all I have on record is 2 letters of support, both of which are next door. But we do have another speaker, so I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Not yet, but, well, come on up for a sec, just, because I'm confused now, too.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit confused. So I'm the neighbor, 69 King George's Road. The original application I saw also addressed the second floor addition, which I didn't know now has been.
Yeah, that's why we changed the purpose, and we talked about this earlier, whether it would confuse people or not, because there's no variances being requested for the addition. The only variance has to do with the driveway.
Does that mean there doesn't need to be a variance with the second floor?
Correct.
Okay. Can I address that?
First, we'll have the applicant speak, and you can come up after.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but yeah, it's.
Because originally, the one that.
We just have to follow
That
procedures.
the architect wanted me to sign included about the second floor addition as well as.
But you signed in support of this, right?
Not the second floor addition. I just supported the driveway.
Okay.
I said it was okay, the driveway was okay, but the second floor I had issues with.
Okay, well, you're going to have to deal with them privately because they don't need any variances for it.
Okay, we'll have the applicant come up. They'll do
And
a
let's-
presentation, and then you can speak after.
It is confusing.
Yeah, because I'm not sure then why he wanted me to sign it.
See, this is why we wondered whether we were going to have a notice issue.
Because I find the second floor is the major issue because of the mechanical systems that they have.
No, understood. Yeah, so let's get the applicant up. Is the agent online, or?
Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, is this Oliver Dang?
It is, yes. Hi, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee. My name is Oliver Dang of Dang Architects, address 155 Evelyn Avenue in Toronto, and I am the architect and authorized agent for my client at 67 King George's Road. I've spoken to Margaret, who is the neighbor and is there right now. And there are some support pages, and we have discussed her concerns about the second floor addition, as well as mechanical units and stuff unrelated to the variance. So I did amend the support letter that she signed to just reflect the variance that we're requesting, and it does not mention anything about the addition at all. So that was how we are dealing with that. And as we have corresponded with Margaret, we will be working with her on these concerns that she has that are outside of the variance.
Okay, with regards to the addition.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
With regards to the addition.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and since, yeah, who came up with the purpose? Was that our staff or was that you? Was our staff? Okay, so I'm not going to pursue that questioning any further. I don't think we need a presentation. We understand what you're requesting. There was just some confusion because the purpose really didn't relate to the variance. So we're proposing to amend the purpose to state to maintain the existing driveway. I'm assuming you're okay with that?
Yes, and just to clarify that it is, and that we are to maintain the existing driveway and that a parking space can be located in the front yard.
Well, that's the variance.
That is the variance. Yes.
Yeah, but the purpose will be to, because you're not changing the driveway.
No, that's correct.
Right, so the purpose would be to maintain the existing driveway, and the variance would be to allow the parking space in the driveway.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we're good with that. Okay, thank you. Since we have the area resident or the neighbor, let her come up and ask whatever she wants to ask of you in a public forum so we can record it for the record. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
No,
it's
not you're confused because we messed up.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and all the correspondence is sent to my late husband, and I've been trying to get this rectified with the city, but they keep sending everything to my late husband, and I own the property anyways. The issue with the second floor addition wasn't just a sort of an aesthetic thing, which is something I had talked to Oliver about, but also the mechanical systems, because right now,
I'm not going to get into all of that with you.
But from the way they've set it up, I don't have that setback of 1.2 meters. They've gotten all their units right on the property line.
On the ground.
Yeah. And now that the building is going to be enlarged, those units are going to be bigger, and they're going to be right on my property line, and there's none of this 1.2 meter setback.
There's a different setback standard for the HVAC units as opposed to the house itself. And
because
if those,
I'm sorry?
I'm going to ask the agent to find out if they're going to change those units, because if those units do change and they get closer to the property line, there could be a variance.
Well, because right now they're about 8 inches from the property line, and the pool pump is right on the property line. The unit is right on the property line.
I'll get him to address that, but you have no issue with the driveway, obviously.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's more sort of this idea that all this enlargement and everything is going to get bigger, and then the problem is that they have this setback, now it's 0.25 meters, and it should be 1.2, and the wall that they're doing all these changes on faces me, doesn't face anybody else. They don't even access that.
But they can't move the wall any closer without coming back to us.
But they have all the mechanical
Well,
systems.
we're going to talk to him about that now.
Okay.
So.
And the other issue was they have and this was as the old owners were selling, they put a new furnace in, and the exhaust is in my driveway. It shoots into my driveway, and it's 9 feet from my window, my kitchen window, my side door. And
So does that cross over the property line?
no, it's within less than 6 inches from the property line.
Okay.
Did you state your name and address?
Oh, Margaret Srebrniak, I'm sorry.
69 King George's.
69 King George's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get some answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless anyone has any, no. So please have a seat and we'll get the agent to
okay.
respond. Thank you.
Hi. Mr.
Hi, okay,
Speaker.
so I guess from our perspective, the only potential issue that's been raised here is if you're going to change the HVAC arrangement, you know, are you going to potentially create a variance there because there is a required setback for those units as well, so.
Right. Yeah, so we are, and I did speak to Margaret about this. We are going to change the HVAC within the house. We have not set on an exact system yet, but we will be adhering to, you know, all the variances required. As well, we offer to, you know, have consultations with Margaret when those go in so that it works for both parties. So my clients are very, you know, they want to be good neighbors, and we're doing everything we can. So all of this was communicated with Margaret, that we will be working with her throughout the duration of the project to address these concerns.
Okay, so I guess she'll just have to keep an eye out, and if things change, call the city for clarification. So I'll leave it at that, but with coming back to what's actually before us, it's okay.
I usually find out things after the fact, and I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to happen again.
Okay, well, you got the heads up now, so. Okay, so coming back to what's actually before us with regards to the driveway, is anyone ready for a motion on that?
I'm ready to, unless anybody has anything to say, or, yeah. Yeah, I'm satisfied. This is a pretty simple, straightforward matter, confirming the existence of a driveway. And I'm relieved to see that the neighbors' concerns are going to be respected by and negotiated with the agent. We can't make any conditions on that, but it's on the record, and I'm sure you're going to insist on it. So I'm going to move approval of this application without any amendments. Conditions.
Conditions, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Natalia. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to both.
Thank you very much.
So item 6, 75 WESTHUMBER Boulevard. This is an application to construct a new detached duplex. There are 7 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting condition 1 in the event of approval. There are 7 letters of support. And the wording has been revised on one of the variances, but not the variance itself. And Jonathan Binkowski.
Sorry, just before I connect them, Stan, your camera is just off. Just wanted to note that.
This is a problem that we have when, yeah, because it's, well, that's the problem when you sign in as a guest as opposed to.
Okay, I can connect Jonathan now.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee.
Good morning.
Jonathan Binkowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, and we don't have any other speakers, do we?
That's correct.
Okay, so Jonathan, I don't think we need a full presentation here.
Absolutely. Maybe just high level.
Sure.
If we want to just bring up the survey quickly, just to go over the pedestrian height, because I know 1.83 is a fairly large number. If we just zoom in, I would just like to know, if we look at those 3 houses that are the principal residence being in the middle, if we look at those 3 door sill heights, that's indicative of what there is in this neighborhood. There's a variance greatly from property to property. This is largely caused by the changes in grade. And if you wanted to go to the front elevation, we would see that the extreme change in grade from the west part to the east part. I'm not sure if you'd like to do that, Mr. Chair, but again, we can see here the 3 different grades that are there of those adjacent dwellings. And if we look at the front elevation, yes, and just zoom in, this really is born out of the change in grade, where we actually see where the established grade is really towards the bottom of the screen, which is creating the step to get into the dwelling.
Okay. No, I think we're good. I've got one question for you. You've got you've got 9 letters of support, including one of the neighbors, but not the other one, number 77. Any outreach there or any feedback on that?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair. I did not obtain the letters of support. The owner did. But from what I understand, they have a great relationship with everybody on the street. They currently live in the dwelling now.
Okay. Just a question, because when you've got that many and the immediate's not there, I always wonder. Okay, does anyone else have any questions? No? Okay, let's take it into committee then.
Mr. Chair, unless my colleagues have any other comments, I will make a motion to approve this application. I believe it meets the 4 tests. As noted, there are neighbors in support, and there's condition 1, urban forestry condition 1 should be part of the motion.
Okay, and just before we get a seconder, Jonathan, we're changing the wording on the purpose. You're okay with that?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
As amended.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 7, 14 IVYBRIDGE Drive. This is an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling. There are 4 variances being requested. There is 1 letter of concern. There's a support petition with a number of signatures, and I think that's all we have. And our speaker, Jamie.
Hi there, good morning. My
Good
name
morning.
is Jamie Shedletsky. I am the planner representing the owners of 14 IVYBRIDGE Drive. My address is 49 McAllister Road, North York, Ontario, M3H2N1.
Okay, perfect. Thomas, do we have any other speakers? No?
No.
Okay, so I don't think we need a full presentation here. I actually have only one question for you, which I think has already been answered in subsequent materials. I'm assuming both the front and rear setback variances are existing conditions?
Yes, that's correct. 3 of the 4 requested variances are related to an existing condition, so they're technical variances. It's just the FSI variance that is as a result of the proposed second-story addition.
Okay, and you've seen a letter of concern from number 16, which is right next door?
Yes, we have reviewed the letter of objection from the next door neighbor. My client has been in touch with their neighbor. They have communicated, and I'm happy to further elaborate on their geotechnical and flooding concerns if you would like.
I think we're okay, unless anyone else wants it? No? Okay, just wanted to make sure you've touched base. Thank you. Okay, unless there's any other questions? No? Oh, sorry. Oh, is there a speaker? Oh, sorry, I didn't have anybody on my list.
No, did he sign up? Oh, okay.
Come on up.
Yes, good morning. My name's Ron Sherrod. I live at 17 IVYBRIDGE Drive. I'm entirely opposed to this second story going up. The reason being is that when this development was originally developed back in 1968 by Fieldgate Corporations, it was developed as a all structures to be I think it was called a back splits. Now, my concern is I think putting another story onto an existing building, especially in this area, is kind of out of character, and I believe we might have something to do with runway 23 at the airport too. So that's my opinion.
Okay, let's have a look at the street.
And most people who reside in on this street now I've been there for over 50 years, and there are a lot of seniors in, and I guess new people coming in want to change things around a bit, but I'm entirely opposed to it.
No, I think the whole city.
Instead of a character.
The whole city's trying to intensify.
Yes. Yes.
Just trying to get a look at the street here.
It's right opposite Centennial Park, Renforth Rathburn area.
Yeah, no. I mean, there are a number of, if I've got the correct street, there are a number of two-story houses on that street.
Most of them are backsplit. The 2 stories were built when the development was done, 1968.
Okay, so you feel that this addition would be out of character for the street?
Yeah, I think it would undress the area myself.
Okay.
I don't know the reason. I haven't talked to the applicant. I don't know what the reason for his wanting to put an addition on.
Okay, any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If we can get the applicant back then.
Hi there, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to respond,
Please.
give you a little summary.
Sure.
So what we have here proposed is pretty straightforward and low impact. Like I said, 3 of the 4 proposed variances are technical. They relate to the existing dwelling. It's only the FSI that would be a variance required as part of the 2nd-story addition. So we're retaining the existing foundation, the existing exterior walls, the existing building footprint, and the siding. We're respecting that established building envelope and not trying to maximize development. This is just a young family that's looking to expand and needs a little bit more living space than the current 1-story dwelling. The FSI variance created by the 2nd story is actually quite small in comparison to other recent requests nearby, which have gone up to 40% increases. What we're asking for is quite a bit less at 27%. And we do feel that this is in keeping not just with the existing IVYBRIDGE area, but also nearby neighboring areas. It's consistent, although probably not as large as some of the nearby developments that have been approved recently. And while this neighbor seems to have some concerns with redevelopment, which we can understand, it can be tough to swallow. We do have 24 other neighbors who have shown their support. And we do feel that this is a sensitive, modest 2nd-story addition, and it does satisfy all the 4 tests as I explained in my report, especially in that we're not proposing grade changes, footprint changes, we're not even digging deeper, no reduction in soft landscaping. So respectfully, we're requesting that the committee approve our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming there's no questions? No other speakers? No one else here for this item? Okay, let's take it back to committee. Any discussion? Anyone ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what the neighbor said. He's been in this neighborhood for a long time, and it was built as back splits. But I think the important consideration on this one is there's no height variance requested here. So there's a big difference between what's on the street and what the zoning bylaw allows to be on the street. And I think your main concern is the 2-story aspect. And as I said, the bylaw allows the height, and they don't need a variance for that. I see the variances that are being requested, as far as I'm concerned, are minor and meet all the tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval without conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to the presenter and the deputant.
Thanks very much.
Okay, item 8, 69 Chiswick Avenue. This is an application to construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, a new rear deck, a 2nd-story rear platform. The dwelling will have a total of 2 units and will be considered as a new duplex. There are 4 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting condition 1. Transportation has 2 conditions in the event of approval. And that's it. Number 8. Bruno Lopez is the agent, and I'm assuming he's online. Okay.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopez. I'm Excel Engineering and Associates located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Can you speak up a little bit? Sorry.
Sorry, my name is Bruno Lopez. I'm Excel Engineering and Associates located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West and the agent for the owner.
Okay, still having a little bit of difficulty hearing you, but okay, so transportation is requesting 2 conditions. You're aware of them? Do you have any issues with them?
Yes, absolutely. No, we are okay. We spoke with Toronto Planning. We are aware of conditions from transportation and forestry, and we are okay with that.
Okay, and so what's happening with the existing driveway and parking?
So the existing driveway is going to be decommissioned, and my client in the future, near future, will apply for a garage at the back. So it will be a new curb cut relocated to the back.
Okay, that actually makes sense for that site. Just wanted to understand why that wasn't there already, but okay. So you're prepared then to close up the existing curb cut and all that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
The reason why we haven't done any design beside the existing driveway or on the remains of the existing driveway is because it's city property, so we are not allowed to touch it.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay. All right, and no other speakers?
No.
No? Okay. I think we will have to ask, is there anyone here? Okay. Well, let's take it into committee then. So again, we have an amended purpose on this, and forestry conditions and forestry condition and transportation conditions being requested.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve this application on the basis of the revised description and condition, urban forestry condition 1, transportation conditions, plural, as I believe it meets the 4 tests.
Perfect, thank you. Seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you.
Oh, just a footnote. Next time, please register. Okay. Item 9, 3 MIDDEN Crescent. This is an application to construct a new attached garage, carport, and front porch. The existing front porch will be enclosed. There were originally 8 variances. The applicant has revised this by removing 3 and reducing 3. There is a support petition. There are objection letters from number 1 and number 7, and I have questions. Rock Kim is the agent.
Hello, this is Rock. I'm the agent for behalf of the
Okay,
owner.
good morning. Just before you go any further, do we have any other speakers, Thomas?
No.
No, okay. Okay, so you've made some pretty substantial revisions, but I'm still not clear on what's happening on a couple of things. For example, is the carport existing?
Carport has been removed now.
And you're not proposing to put it back?
No. We are just trying to make the front porch and then
And the garage?
attach it garage.
Okay, but in the purpose of this notice that went out, it still refers to a carport.
Yeah, before it was a carport addition. Now we are trying to remove to make there is no tandem garage and then no side yard setback, like 0.9. We were trying
Well,
to
you
make
still have a
bigger.
side yard setback, but it's been reduced.
Yeah.
Okay, so
by
then,
2 feet. It was like
So
6
staff
inches,
forgot to update the purpose. So we'll fix that for the.
you'll fix that, okay. So then, my next question is, you've got sketch A1. Is that an existing site plan, or is that a proposed site plan?
That's proposed site plan, the current one right now.
Okay, it would be helpful if you actually label it as such. Let me just pull that up. Sorry, that's in the, that's the new one, though, because you've submitted revised drawings, correct?
That's a revised drawing, yes.
Okay, let me just find that. Yeah. Okay, and you're still under waiver, so you're taking the risk on being correct on these.
Yes.
Okay, the existing shed, do you know the size of it?
It's on the plan, site plan. Hold on a sec. Let me.
Well, there's no dimensions on the plan.
.29 square meter.
Okay. And the side yard setback that you're requesting from the garage now of 0.6, you're showing that on your site plan, not at the pinch point. So are you comfortable that at the tightest spot, it's no more than 0.6?
That's okay, yeah. 0.6 meter, 2 feet.
So the 0.6 is actually at the pinch point, not where you've shown it on your drawing?
That's what I shows on the side yard setback, yeah.
That's not what I'm asking.
The garage.
Okay, we're at the bottom of the drawing, so I'm just trying to get orientation here. Where's north on this?
The receive label is covered.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, so where the garage is closest to the street, the distance between the corner of that garage to your lot line, what is that dimension?
If I move it to the all the way front, it'll be like, let me try that. It's less than a foot. So that actually exactly same 5 MIDDEN CRESCENT has attached garage right now. So the neighbor has the same side of the garage.
I'm not asking about the neighbor. I'm asking you, what is the dimension from that corner of the garage to the lot line?
If we move it to the all the way front, you're talking about?
You're not moving anything. I'm asking you, what are you showing me on the drawing? You've got a dimension of 0.6, but on the drawing, it's not indicated at the tightest point. So is 0.6 a sufficient variance?
That's the tightest point, actually. That's tightest point, yes.
So is the tightest point 0.6?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so it actually should be shown that way on the drawing.
That's what it shows. Actually.
No, it's not what it
You're
shows.
talking about maybe dimension line.
Yeah, but it's shown. Okay, you go. Okay, I don't know how that happens when the property line is not straight. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, any other questions from panel members? Okay, so we have a substantially revised application with revised drawings.
No, actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
So the planning staff have put in a condition, but they're noting the June 2nd drawings. Have they seen the new
Oh,
drawings?
that's right. I forgot. Has planning seen your new drawings? Your revised drawings?
I'm sorry, who?
Has the planning department seen your new revised drawings?
Honestly, I'm not sure about that because we are reducing of the variances.
Yes.
Are they aware that you're going from 8 to 5 variances?
Yes.
But you're aware that planning had a condition previously. So does that condition even still hold?
So have they changed? No. Well, yeah, they have. Because they were tying it to the site plan as it relates to building length and depth.
Okay, and what's the date of the revised site plan?
There isn't one on it. The only date on it is the received stamp date of June 8th. So I guess we'll use that date if someone supports such a decision. Yes? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't
There's no date on
refer, you can't refer to the old drawing because
It's not relevant.
it's not relevant anymore. This is like on the verge of, defer it and come back.
Or if I could just ask, the planning condition was with respect to April 28th drawings, and their condition was that the development be constructed as it relates to building length and depth. Have these new plans affected those two aspects?
Not as far as I can tell, because.
Yeah, the altered dwelling length is now gone from 1969 to 1883.
Right.
So it's less.
And depth has been eliminated.
Yep.
Okay. So I think planning's concern is that the length be included with the garage and that the house itself not be extended to that length. So if you tie it to the new site plan, you still achieve that, right? We just need to somehow refer to that site plan as it was not dated. Okay.
So the only identifier we have is the date it was submitted.
Yeah.
The received stamp.
Yeah.
Odd that the new drawings wouldn't have been dated. Eh?
Correct. The applicant hasn't noted any revisions, even though there is a spot on his plan to do so.
And nothing's bubbled to note the changes.
To note the changes, yeah, which is why I wanted to know about the carport. Okay. It's up to you guys what you want to do with it.
Any other speakers?
No, there are no speakers. There were the two letters of objection, but again, those were focused on the original application.
That's right.
I mean, this is why we say if there's substantial revision.
Yeah.
So I think we have two options. We can ask for this to be deferred so that all of the changes are properly laid out in a new notice, or we can approve as amended with all kinds of notations. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I'm of the view of the former option is better for the reasons that, to me, it strikes as a bit of a patchwork to try and cobble together a proper motion. Also, I believe that at a minimum, the neighbors should have an opportunity to review
The new proposal?
considerable, yes.
Mind you, they're not here to formally object either.
No.
So,
I would move for deferral, so I'll put that out for those reasons.
so you're moving a motion to defer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay. Seconded by Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, the item is deferred.
So that
That's so that the applicant can resubmit the application with all of the changes that are being proposed and with a updated site plan
And dated.
and date.
And do they have to resubmit to planning?
no, just us.
They need to put a date on the revised site plan.
And bubble the changes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim. Item 10, 33 Rory Road. This is an application to construct a covered rear patio. There is one variance being requested, which has to do with lot area. We have a support petition and nothing else. And the agent is virtual.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah.
It is still barely morning.
Okay.
It's been a long one for you.
All righty.
Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400, Toronto.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for this item?
No, they're not.
Not that you know of? Okay. I just have a couple of questions. I don't think we need a full presentation here. You've got support from quite a number of neighbors, but again, one of the immediate neighbors, number 31, is not on that list. Can you just let us know if you've reached out or what's happened there?
My clients did reach out to everyone. I don't know specifically the results of the consultation with that neighbor. There's, all I can say is we have no objection.
Okay. No, I can see that. That's fine. Just curious. And percentage of rear yard soft landscaping, I'm assuming you're compliant on that?
We are compliant and we're actually improving it. There's a few areas of pavers that will be removed and replaced with soft landscaping. And there's an existing shed that is removed and is being replaced with soft landscaping. And the sort of pergola that we're proposing is over hard landscaping currently.
Okay.
So we won't be removing any.
Perfect. Those were my questions. Anybody else? No? Okay, thank you. There are no other speakers. Let's take it into committee.
So with that, I'll move a motion for approval as the application is very straightforward and it meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, item number 11, 31 Foxcotte Crescent. This is an application to construct a 2-story north side addition, which will include an attached garage, a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, and a new rear yard deck. There are 2 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting condition 2 in the event of approval. And we have the agent online.
Good morning. morning, Mr. Chair, members of Committee of Adjustment. My name is Kruti Shah from RJCAD Solutions. My company is in Brampton, 4 Abacus Road, Unit 12. I'm representing this application on behalf of my client, 31 FOXCOTE. We received the staff report. I have gone through the staff report. We are going for minor variance application for the 2 variants. One is a lot coverage, which 0.45 allowed, and we have applying for 0.48. And other one is a height 9.5 meter. Instead of that, we are applying for 10.84 meter. I think this application is minor in nature. I have read the staff report. I agree with all. If you have any questions, please ask.
I do. My first question has to do with the proposed parking pad. I'm just trying to find your site plan.
Okay. Yeah, we have the 2 parking spots that we have mentioned on the site plan.
Site plan.
That's in garage, and we can accommodate 2 more parking on driveway, which hasn't shown on the site.
Okay, but I thought somewhere on the site plan you're showing a parking, or maybe I'm looking at the wrong application. It's the next one, never mind. My mistake. Okay, wrong question for wrong applicant. For you, my question is why the 1.3 height beyond what you need, but beyond what's permitted?
Because we are having a peach roof, and the height is a little bit increasing because of the roof the client wants to propose. So we are just getting a little bit higher than the applicant.
Well, it's 1.3 meters higher. I guess that's open to interpretation whether that's a little bit or not. But
Yeah, so that variance are already incorporated by the zoning staff member from the city of Toronto. We just left as it is then.
okay, so you've satisfied planning. Now you need to satisfy us. So that's for the peaked
Yeah,
portion.
you have your elevation. We have a proposed elevation as well for the drawings. And I have mentioned, the roof that we have created, and because of the roof, it's increasing 1.3 meter higher.
Okay, so it's only a portion of the roof line, right?
Correct, correct,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Any other questions? No, okay.
Just sort of related to that, can you tell us, are there any other houses on FOXCOTE that are this height or maybe even taller? And what would the addresses be? Just a quick scan, I see mostly bungalows.
Yeah, that about the street, I don't have that much detailed information.
So I'm guessing
would say-
the planning department doesn't have an issue, so you felt you'd be okay here too, I guess.
Okay.
Is that what you're thinking?
No, because this is not, I'm not impacting, this roof doesn't impact light, drainage, nothing to my neighbors. So it should be okay. That's what I think. It's minor in nature.
Well, I guess, yeah, that remains to be seen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? And if there's no other speakers, it's taken into committee. Any discussion? Anyone ready for a motion?
Sure. Based on the evidence provided, I'll move a motion for approval, as I do believe the application meets the 4 tests subject to the June 4th Environment Climate Forestry Memo, noting condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, number 12. Now I can ask my question I wanted to ask before. Yeah, well, it's a question of where you write your notes, I guess. So 19 Carswell Place, this is an application to construct a new one-story addition to the west side of the existing dwelling. There's one variance being requested. It has to do with driveway width. And our agent that did not register.
They're online.
I'm assuming they're online?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee adjustment members and chairman. My name is Doing, the authorized agent for 19 Carswell Place, A2E Design Inc., located 5576 Young Street, Unit 10064.
Okay, thank you. There are no other speakers, I'm assuming?
No, there's not.
No, okay. So I have a question which I was trying to ask the other applicant. You're proposing a parking pad off on the north side of the property?
Yes, sir.
I forgot to ask this at our briefing before, so I'll ask staff now. Is that even legal? Because it's not in front of, it's not leading to a parking garage or other parking space, and it's in front of the house. Sorry, the question isn't for you, it's for staff. I'm sorry, Barb, I missed this one this morning. I meant to ask you.
So they have a zoning review, but looking at the site plan, there's an existing driveway which hopefully leads to a legal parking space.
Well, the driveway leads to the garage, but the parking pad that's being proposed is off to the side.
Right, so that's why they just need the variant. They have the proper parking, and this is in the rear or side yard, depending on how you look at the.
Okay, but the variance that's being requested is for a driveway width of 6 meters.
Right.
That doesn't include the parking pad.
Because it's separated.
Yeah, 6 meters is just a driveway. The existing driveway they're proposing to widen, and that's what the variance is about. But then there's also a proposed parking pad, which I'm not sure is legal. So are we missing a variance?
So
I mean, we're technically not being asked to approve the parking pad, I don't think. We're being asked to approve the widening of the driveway. But it's there on the site plan, so I need to ask that question.
So if you look at the site plan, there is grass area shown adjacent to Carswell Place. So that length of the parking pad is not what's before you.
No.
It's for the 6 meter driveway entrance. So they're gonna use that driveway to either pull into the existing garage
Or into the
or
parking
to
pad.
pull into the parking space.
Right, so
That's the driveway width. Which
the driveway is being widened by 1.4 meters,
Yeah,
okay? But by approving that, are we also approving the parking pad?
but a parking pad is permitted.
It is permitted.
Yeah, so is this, what ward is this? Ward 2. So parking is permitted either in an attached or detached garage, carport, or rear yard parking space. This is a rear yard parking space.
This is a rear yard?
Yeah.
Isn't it I guess it's a corner lot, so.
Yeah. Usually the shorter of the two frontages is the
Right.
longer.
So this is considered a rear, not a front.
Correct.
Okay. All right, my confusion, thank you. That was my only question, so I have no other questions. I don't know if anyone else does. Okay, so, sure. I forgot it was a corner lot.
Yeah. Again, this application is very straightforward. As such, I'll move a motion for approval as the application meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Seconder.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion on my side.
No worry at all, sir. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Okay, item 13, 31 Delemere Avenue. This is an application to construct a rear 2-story addition. There are 3 variances being requested. There are no conditions being requested by any city department. And the agent is in person. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Trevor
Oh,
Gain.
good afternoon.
Agent here on behalf of the owner, 10 Celebrity Place in Markham.
I don't think we need a full presentation here. If you want to give us like a very brief overview.
Sure, 2-story rear addition. It's a very small house. The zoning bylaw limits the floor area. The existing house is pretty much at the allowable floor area, so we're just going 10 feet back to accommodate a couple kids' rooms, thus the floor area variance, and then we're just maintaining the side yard setback on the east side. Originally, we were going to pull it in because it's not much to comply, but when we looked at the size of the bedroom on the second floor, that extra 8 inches or whatever we needed made a huge difference inside, so we opted for the variance. The E variance comes with it because of the setback. We spoke to both neighbors informally. Everybody's good, no opposition, so I think it's pretty minor.
Thank you. Any questions? No other speakers?
No.
Okay.
Good.
Exactly. So take it to committee.
So with that, again, this application I think is very straightforward, and I'll move a motion for approval as the application meets the 4 tests and there are no
Thank you,
conditions.
Mr. Dalton. Seconder.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay. Item 14. 19 DEANEWOOD Crescent. This is an application to construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling and to convert a portion of the basement into an additional dwelling unit. There are 2 variances being requested, and our agent is online, Mr. Jim Wallace.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, sir. We do have at least one other speaker registered, so I would ask that you do a presentation for us.
Most certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, Jim Wallace, Arc House Architects, 1358 Hurontario Street, Mississauga. The application before you today, Mr. Chairman, and the committee is a proposal to take an existing 1-story dwelling and construct a 2nd-floor addition right on top of the existing. Effectively, we'll be removing the roof, slightly raising the ceiling height of the ground floor, constructing a new 2nd floor with a roof, and allowing a portion of the 2nd floor to accommodate a legal 2nd unit for the purposes of accommodating the blended family that will be occupying this particular home. In study of the immediate area, there's a mix of 1-story and 2-story homes. So we were very cognizant to not exceed the permitted height and do our best to stay within character of the neighborhood. The variances that we're seeking simply relate to the average of the adjacent homes with respect to front yard setback, as well as the fact that the existing home exceeds the permitted legal length of a building, most likely constructed under a previous, well, absolutely constructed under a previous zoning, but we cannot meet the provisions of the consolidated 569-2013. As such, these 2 variances for the committee to consider are to legalize these 2 provisions.
So essentially, both variances are existing conditions?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's all you need to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? No? Okay, there is another speaker. I believe it's the next door neighbor.
Yes, that's me.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. David Pasco, 21 Deanwood, just a neighbor. I'm sorry. I'm just this process is all new to me, so I've sort of enjoyed listening to you. I don't have objections with the variance proposal as it is. Other houses are doing similar type of work in the neighborhood. There's one happening right now further up the street. My concern is more related to the construction process, and maybe please inform me, but maybe this is not the time and place to ask these questions. But
Yeah, we can't really do much about that.
Okay.
If you have any issues or problems with the construction process, it's the buildings department you'll need to contact at that time.
Okay. Okay, so that would include potential hoarding or tree protection, etc.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Okay, then that's all I have to say, I guess.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim, I'm not sure you need to do a rebuttal, but up to you if you want to say something.
Sure, and appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, no other speakers?
Yep.
No, so let's take it into committee.
If no one has anything to say or ask, I'm good to go. Okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward. I'm satisfied that the variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Wallace, and thank you to the neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Jim. And we're amending the purpose, I guess, with the adding the words above existing. Yeah, so we've revised the purpose by adding the words above existing dwelling. I'm sure you have no issue with that.
No, none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 15, 10 CLAYSON Road. This is I'm sorry. Well, that's good. I'm not seeing additional zeros. I'm seeing fewer. 100 CLAYSON Road. This is an application to permit 4 additional loading spaces. A total of 13 loading spaces will be provided. There's 1 variance being requested. Planning has submitted a report basically saying they're okay. We have a letter of concern from one of the neighboring landowners, and that's all we have. So our agent is online. Is it Nicholas?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. And
Good afternoon, sir. If we can get you to do introduce yourself and then do a presentation, we do have other speakers.
I'll be brief in the interest of the other applications. My name is Nicholas Moore, Junior Planner with Mainline. The purpose of the application is to legalize an existing site condition of loading spaces in the front yard and the side yard abutting the street. As part of an ongoing site plan application, we are looking to add 4 more loading spaces to bring the total inventory to 13 loading spaces. We are informed through the site plan process that this is the only variance we require, and we understand that planning staff are supportive of the application, and transportation staff have no comments or concerns with the application. Happy to answer any questions or verify anything that you may need, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I'll kick off the questions. So essentially you're asking for 4 additional loading spaces. 2 of them I'm assuming are already existing, and 2 are going to be going into an addition that's being proposed. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's currently 9 loading spaces on this property. 2 are proposed along CLAYSON, and a further 2 are proposed along Huxley Road.
Sorry, and 2 are proposed where?
Huxley Road. It is the side street.
Okay.
On this plan you're looking at, it's on the left-hand side.
Okay, so those don't exist yet. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the 2 loading spaces shown on Huxley don't exist yet. There's currently 9 loading spaces on Huxley, however, so
That are
there's
just
going to be
sort
11.
Of at 90 degrees to the 2 that are being proposed. The existing.
Yes, that is.
Yeah, okay. Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify because there's a lot of information on that site plan, so I just wanted to clarify what's what. Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any questions? No? Okay, so we have a speaker also online.
Good afternoon. My name is LP Carusis. I represent the owners of 62 to 64 Barter Road. Our property backs onto CLAYSON, which is, I guess, on the east side of CLAYSON, right in front of 100 CLAYSON Road, which is on the west side of CLAYSON. And the rear of our property currently has a few concerns, but because our lot has a lot of truck turning radius, we seem to work it out. But it looks like to me that the proposed plan will close one of the driveways across from us, which was good for us, because part of the concern is that there's trucks that park on our property or on CLAYSON waiting to load. I'm not sure if that they all go to 100 CLAYSON. I'm not assuming that they are, but we already have traffic concerns and parking. It's not a very wide road, but the concern now is that where the proposed new widened driveway is going to be placed still across from our property is where we have less property to turn trucks in. So we're just concerned that that will be a problem for both of us. So I just wanted to understand if we can, I don't know, somehow resolve some of these concerns before it starts, I guess.
Okay, so I'm just I'm looking at Google Maps, and so you're directly across the street on Barter?
We back onto CLAYSON.
Oh, you back onto CLAYSON?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you look on the Google, it's right across from the front of 100 CLAYSON faces the back of our property at 62 Barter.
Okay, I'm confused.
I know it doesn't show well on Google.
Let me go to a different map, because
yeah.
Google's not making sense to me right now. Hold on. Location map. Okay, can we put the location map up? It's up? Okay. So
That's us right there.
There, so the other side of CLAYSON.
Correct.
Okay, but you front on Barter, but you back on CLAYSON. I get it. Okay.
Correct.
Because I was trying to figure out how you touch the other property, but you don't.
Yeah.
You basically share the road allowance of CLAYSON.
Correct.
Okay.
So the proposed 2 new docks, which there are currently 2 docks at 100 CLAYSON that, like I was trying to explain, currently do cause us some concern and traffic problems. But it looks like from the plan they're extending the building, so that will solve that problem in the area that we have more turning radius on our property. But it's the new driveway that's being expanded that's going to cause a bigger concern for us, because we have less. So our driveway and their driveway will be pretty much aligned.
Okay, but the road allowance is a road allowance. I mean, I don't see how that's.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand if there's something that will help mitigate some of this problems before it happens, and understand
what are you anticipating as a problem?
Well, like I was trying to explain earlier, in the first driveway that we have existing, we have concerns now with trucks parking on CLAYSON.
Okay,
So the road allowance is kind of smaller, if you will. The trucks passing, there's no turning radius. It's tough for
there's no
the
turning radius
truck.
if there's a truck parked on the street.
Yeah. So what happens is they come onto our property, but there's a lot more property there's more vacant area on our property for that to happen. So they come into one driveway, turn to another, turn out another, and then park along the east side of CLAYSON and wait to move wherever they need to move to. So all I'm just saying is I'm pointing out that there's already a problem with trucks parking that the radius of the turning radius is not as clear as it may appear to you with the street allowance.
Okay.
And then the other point is now that the driveway, the new expanded driveway, that's going to be to an area of our property aligned with our property that doesn't have those type of turning radiuses. It's the building comes out further to CLAYSON.
Okay. But there's turning radiuses that have been shown on their site plan. Do you agree with those?
Well, that's what caused us some concern, is because if those trucks are parked there, you don't have that turning radius. So we're afraid that they're going to be coming into our property to turn around again. But also then we have an issue turning into our property if they're parking on the west side, waiting to
Understood.
get into their driveway.
So really that becomes an enforcement issue.
Could be, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Well, okay, I'll let the applicant respond to the concerns and see where we go. Thank you. They're still going through site plan approval as well, so that's another place you can raise the issues.
Okay.
They're not going to be consulted, but they could, I guess not. They could still talk to the applicant. Okay, can we get Nicholas back?
Hi, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member of the public, the neighbor, for their comments. Just to clarify, on the plan before you see two accesses on CLAYSON Road there. This design has been considered by transportation and all city agencies as part of an ongoing site plan application, and it's been deemed acceptable. The minor variance request today is the last step before a conditional site plan approval. So we've worked with the city on refining our design over subsequent submissions from our principal submission. Right now where we're at is that this design is acceptable to transportation services. And we also submitted a TIS with the site plan application that was also acceptable to the city. So it has been considered. We've had no comments or concerns raised by city staff. And I have no further comments to add. Speaking to the parking of trucks along CLAYSON Road, this is the first I've heard of that, and I can only speak to the planning merits of the application, and I have no information before me from city or any enforcement that my client is parking along CLAYSON Road. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? No? Okay, well, no other speakers, I'm assuming?
No.
No? Okay, so let's take it back to committee.
So with that, based on the evidence provided, it's clear that this matter is continuing to be reviewed by city staff by way of its ongoing site plan application. So as such, I will move a motion for approval as the application meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Natalia. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to Nicholas and to LP. Okay, do we need a break or do we want to keep going? Good, okay. Plow ahead. Okay, so item 16, 1571 Lawrence Avenue West. This is an application to construct a new gas station and eating establishment containing a drive-through. The existing car wash will be maintained. There are 5 variances being requested. Planning has provided a report, basically saying they're okay, also noting that site plan approval is also underway. We have 1 letter of support. We also have a letter of objection from the neighbor, 1573 Lawrence Avenue, and that pertains to a proposed development that's taking place there. A presentation was provided later in our added materials. And Blair is the agent online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Good afternoon, sir. We do have a speaker in opposition, so I would ask that you do a presentation for us.
Certainly. Thank you. My name is Blair Gagnon. I'm agent for Suncor Energy, Inc. Our business address is 19 Galsworthy Avenue in Scarborough. Rather than going through this, slide number 2, please. Number 3, please. Number 4. So just a bit of background, there's existing gas bar today there with a car wash. The gas bar is 6 channels with a pay kiosk. And the existing car wash has 12 stacking spaces. The new development will increase the number of pump stations from 6 to 8. The new building will be roughly 288 square meters, of which 185 square meters is for the convenience store. The balance would be for the A&W restaurant, which would have 24 seats. It would have a takeout area as well as patio seating in the front yard. The proposed drive-through for the restaurant is 10 stacking spaces to meet the municipal requirement. As I said, the existing car wash remains. Next slide, please. So this, as indicated, we're going through a rather detailed site plan application process, and we've provided all the necessary reports and studies. We are now in our 3rd submission, so it was deemed at the end of the 2nd submission that it was time for us to go to provide this minor variance application. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the property looking from the intersection at Culford and Lawrence Avenue. Next slide, please. This is looking south from Google Earth. You'll see the neighbor's building is to the right. The existing canopy is in the front yard, and the car wash is in the back. Next slide, please. This is the easternmost Lawrence Avenue exit and access. It will be closed. I'll draw your attention to the behind that light post is where the tanks are in this facility, and I'll discuss that later. Next slide, please. This is the western access off of Lawrence Avenue, and you can see the neighbor's building to the right. Next slide, please. This is the access off of Culford. Next slide, please. This is the rear yard to the residential zone. Next slide, please. This is the drive-through for the car wash. Next slide, please. From a four test perspective, the uses proposed are compliant with the official plan, avenues, and mixed uses. Next slide, please. There's an existing drive-through today, so as it relates to item 1, this is already pre-existing condition, so this is technical of nature in adding the second drive-through on the interior. Next slide, please. This is the concern that the drive-throughs are in the front yard abutting the streets of both Lawrence and Culford. In speaking with staff, we worked with them specifically to be able to find a way through which we could add the drive-through where we weren't impacting the residential zone to the south. And in doing so, that required us to have some of the stacking lanes technically in the front yard. The only other way around that would be ask for additional minor variances to have reduced stacking lanes, which is probably not in the best interests of the city or the development. We think that based upon our desire to move it to the interior, that we're reducing the overall impact, and it's minor. Next slide, please. This is extremely important from the perspective that in zoning, speaking with zoning and in planning, the variance is required for the property residential zone to the south only. Our neighbor's zoning designation is mixed use with residential. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the site plan, and the issue that we have here is recognizing that we need the space in the front yard to be able to allow that gray area where the tractor trailer comes in and empties the fuel into the tanks on the Culford Road side to be able to exit now back onto Lawrence Avenue further to the west, because we're closing the first access closest to the road, and a fuel truck can only drop off gas on the passenger side. So we need to encroach on the front yard buffer to be able to allow safe transit of that fuel truck in and out of the site. We cannot place it any closer to the canopy. Last slide, please. Quickly, noise studies indicate that the noise generated by these facilities is the car wash exit where the dryers are, not the restaurant drive-through. Next, please.
Get you to wrap up soon, please.
Yes, please. Quickly, the other concern typically from residential neighborhoods is light pollution. This is a nighttime view of the lights, and as you can see, there is 0 foot candles of light at the property lines, be it the south residential or the proposed development to the west. We can stop it there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant before we proceed? No? Okay. So we have a deputation from the owners of 1575 Lawrence. So if we could ask them to make their presentation.
Hello, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Maya Marchese. I'm a planner with Design Plan Services located at 87 Skyway Avenue in Toronto, and I'm speaking on behalf of our client, the owner of 1575 Lawrence Avenue West, which is immediately west of the subject property.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'd like to start off by saying our client has received ZBA approval and went through site plan approval for a mixed-use development containing 118 residential units. We respectfully request that this application be deferred or alternatively refused for the following reasons. Firstly, with respect to variance 2, the proposal introduces 2 drive-through facilities and associated stacking aisles within the front yard. The intent of the zoning bylaw is to prevent vehicle circulation and queuing from becoming the dominant feature of the streetscape. In our opinion, the intent is not being met. The proposal prioritizes vehicle-oriented uses along the frontage, and insufficient mitigation measures have been provided given the proximity of existing and approved residential uses. Second, we have concerns with variance 3 and whether the requested relief has been accurately identified. The zoning waiver provided references a 19.4 meter separation distance to residential lands to the south, whereas 30 meters from a drive-through facility, including stacking aisles, is required. However, we have been unable to verify the 19.4 meter distance based on the submitted plans. We therefore believe a formal zoning review should be completed to confirm that all required variances have been identified correctly. Additionally, we believe the provision in variance 3 should also be applied in relation to our client's lands to the west. As noted in our submitted objection letter, although the zoning map currently shows a CR zone with an R value of 0, our client's property has received ZBA approval permitting 118 residential units. As currently designed, the proposed drive aisles appear to be located only 1.85 to 2 meters from our client's approved mixed-use development. The intent of the 30-meter separation distance requirement is to provide an appropriate buffer between drive-through facilities and residential uses. A reduction from 30 meters to 1.85 meters cannot reasonably be characterized as minor and does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. Further, we understand that a portion of the drive-through and car wash are in existing condition. However, through the proposal, the impact is increased given there are now 2 drive-through facilities and the queuing lines are now proposed to extend along the lot line between being shared with our client. Finally, there are outstanding concerns regarding grading and retaining wall conditions along the shared property boundary, and there's been no meaningful consultation between the applicant and our client despite the direct interface between the 2 developments. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the committee defer the application to allow for a formal zoning review and consultation between the parties, or alternatively refuse the application in its current form as it does not meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? No? Okay. So I guess I have a couple of questions with regards to your concern of variance 3 not being properly identified. Given that this applicant is going through site plan approval as well, would that not be picked up there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that this variance has been missed. I understand the applicant submitted a zoning waiver instead of a formal zoning notice. And we have reached out to the planner on file for the site plan application to discuss our property. We've not heard back from them, and we're not sure if our proposed development has been considered.
That's a risk to be borne by the applicant. I mean, if they missed variances, they'll be back. And what is the current, I just wanted you to clarify what the current status is of your site. I mean, has it been rezoned?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it has been rezoned as of, I believe it's October 2024.
Oh, that's a little while ago. But it doesn't appear on the zoning maps currently?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, the zoning map has not been updated, or the zoning bylaw has not been updated to show the our amendment, the mixed-use development with the residential uses.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, I'm going to ask the applicant to do the rebuttal. Okay, so Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ms. Marchese. In dealing with the 30-meter setback versus their property line, their zoning is for mixed use. And in speaking to both planning and zoning, their position is this 30-meter setback is from specifically something recognized as a residential zone category, and their zoning is not that. So from that perspective, the 30-meter setback is only from the property development to the south. Dealing with their last concern about the property line between us and the development we have there, we are not changing the grading. Our survey would indicate that the retaining walls on between us is actually on their property. They're not on ours, and we could not confirm that we actually put them up. So we are not actually regrading the site to do anything other than introduce sod against that property line and those retaining walls. So from that perspective, we are not infringing upon our joint property line. So from our point of view, the last thing I need to say is we did do 4 official zoning reviews to get to this position today. There was in the last review, and we submitted those zoning reviews to the committee. We reduced one simply by changing the size of a accessible parking space from 3.8 meters to 3.9. So rather than going through another zoning review, we only provided a waiver for those 5 variances which still remain. So from the perspective, we would humbly submit that we have a formal zoning review, and those variances that are in the waiver are what was provided in that ZAP review.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. Okay, let's take it back to committee then. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, if there's no further discussion among my colleagues,
I don't think so.
I will, bring a motion to approve. I believe the application as it stands does meet the 4 tests. I note the planning memo of June 2nd, 2026, and I recognize that. And I believe there's a letter of support, which I don't believe.
Well, I wouldn't put too much weight on that letter of support. It's just someone looking forward to having a fast food restaurant in the neighborhood. Yeah.
And otherwise, I do not see any conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to...
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you to Maya. Are we okay with a 10-minute break? Because I could use one.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's do one. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you guys want anything? Well, you gotta tell me, like, because I'm ordering. Okay.
And then Monday's the last day, so he's taking leave for a while. Like, do I have to go to gardens tomorrow? You know what I mean? Yeah. How? The problem is that you're not allowed to, but you're not allowed to in one session. So I registered her for the second one. It says approval is pending. They're gonna deny it because they're both in the same session. So it's there, it's available. I mean, I don't know if it's on, like it's there to choose. I gotta drop one. There's no option to drop. Like how you drop. Like when I'm on.
Do you want to power through?
I would love to just
Do you want to power through and try to leave? Yeah, because it tells you what to run. Yes. So there's one.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. She has two options. Like if one's full, there's another. You know, she just really doesn't know how. So let's take her. No. So that's the thing. Like they make it very difficult. Yeah, you know what? I said to her, I'm like, what do you want to do with my knowledge? She's like, I want to keep my options open. For what? What do you want to do? Okay. Yeah, of course. Okay. All right. Thank you for like letting me
I think so. I guess we need staff. Okay, but almost everybody in the next item is online, so I kind of need Thomas or someone else here.
I can try. Okay. The next item is item 17, 1570 Lawrence
Yeah.
Avenue West.
Okay, so welcome back. So our next item, 17. This is 1570 Lawrence Avenue West, and I guess I'm offline now. Hold on. Okay, welcome back. 1570 Lawrence Avenue West. This is an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 residential lots. We have 6 letters of objection. We have forestry requesting condition 2. Transportation has 3 conditions in the event of approval. ECS has conditions of approval and advisory comments. And if this application were to go forward, the 2 created lots would also require variances. One would require 2 variances, the other would require 3 variances. And that's all we got. So our applicant, Christopher Langley, is the agent is online, I'm assuming? Oh, you're here.
Right here.
Okay, because they didn't tell me where you are, so.
No problem.
Okay.
Perfect. So Christopher Langley from Vittori Planning and Management. I'll be speaking to the 3 applications, being consent application and then the 2 minor variance applications for the severed and the retained lands. The address is 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345, Pickering, Ontario.
Okay. So we're going to need a full presentation. You've got a full slate of speakers coming after you.
Yep, understood. Presentation's up, so next slide, please. So the subject site is located on the northwest corner of Lawrence Avenue West and Culford Road and is approximately 7,700 square meters of size with 77 meters of frontage on Lawrence and 66 on Culford Road. Next slide, please. So it currently consists of a 6-story, 87-unit apartment building with 1-story underground garage located at the rear of the site. Both the underground and surface parking are located in the rear yard as well. And the site is well serviced by TTC bus routes and a 15-minute bus ride to Line 1. Here are a couple of images of the street view, including the 6-story apartment building and the rear yard garages. Next slide, please. Subject site is designated as apartment neighborhoods within the official plan, as well as residential apartment RA in zoning bylaw 569, 2013. Next slide, please. So as stated previously, the applicant proposes to sever the property to 2 separate lots. The retained lot includes an existing 6-story apartment building, which will remain in place. And there are also to note that there are no built form changes requested to the existing apartment building at all. On the severed lot, the proposed development seeks to demolish the existing 1-story garage to construct a new 3-story, 10-unit apartment building. The apartment building will be 9.14 meters in height with a total gross floor area of about 1,300 square feet. It will have 2 levels of underground parking, which will be shared with the existing parking building to make up some of the loss of the spaces within the north end of the site. A new 1,500 square meter outdoor amenity space is also proposed on the northwest corner of the site. Next slide, please. If we can flip to the next slide too, just for the purposes of time as well. So here are the elevations of the existing.
Sorry, just so you know, I don't have access to that timer, so I've got it on my screen, but I started you late, so.
Okay,
I'll let you know.
I'll still keep it within 5 minutes, no problem. Thanks, Barb, appreciate it. So this is the existing 6-story apartment building from an elevation. Next slide, please. And this is the elevation of the 3-story, 10-unit apartment building that's being proposed on the severed lands. Next slide, please. So here's some general site statistics for the overall development. One thing to note is that the new building will have 3 2-bedroom units and 7 3-bedroom units. These will be larger suites ranging from 119 to about 121 square meters in size, geared towards families. Next slide, please. I can just flip it again too, Barb. Thank you. Okay. So from a land use perspective, the Severance follows the trend of apartment neighborhoods along Lawrence Avenue West, providing a gradual transition from the neighborhood's designation on the north half of the site, or the north side of the site. In our opinion, the consent application meets the relevant criteria of Section 5124 of the Planning Act as it contributes to an efficient use of the land, providing a full range of housing, is consistent with land use patterns within the area, while scaling down to a building form that is compatible with the low-rise neighborhood to the north. Next slide, please. So as stated previously, the severance application is accompanied with minor variance applications for both the severed and retained lands. 2 variances are requested for the retained lands and 3 variances are requested for the severed lands. Next slide, please. So again, there are no built form changes to the 6-story apartment building on the retained lot. The general zoning bylaw designations regarding FSI is to ensure that buildings of the size are appropriately massed and scaled in relation to the size of the lot. The FSI variance is needed as the retained parcel is reduced in size due to the severance application. Even though there's a reduction on the retained lot, the lot still continues to meet the zoning bylaw requirements for minimum lot area. Next slide, please. So the site has a current total of 97 parking spaces, being 84 tenant spaces and 13 visitor spaces. The proposed severance and development would reduce the overall parking count to 73 total spaces, of which 65 will be allocated to the tenants of the existing residential building shared between both properties. There will be an overall reduction of 19 tenant spaces across the site at the ultimate build-out of the development. One important policy to notice is 4.2 of the official plan, where it states that on smaller sites, infill opportunities in apartment neighborhoods can be as simple as a building addition or new buildings on underutilized parts of the lot, such as a surface parking lot. While the overall parking will be reduced as part of the severance application, the owner has proposed 2 levels of underground to try to compensate for this reduction. We note that in 2022, Council approved bylaw 89/2022 to update vehicle parking standards throughout the city by removing minimum parking requirements instead of establishing maximum parking requirements for several uses, including apartments and mixed-use buildings. In this case, parking isn't going to be removed immediately, but will be phased according to lease renewals as the site moves through the development and building permit review process. The owner doesn't have an intention to build currently at this time, as he needs to refinance post-severance application in order to generate the appropriate financing to support the development. Next slide, please.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, and again, next slide then, sure. Okay. The general intent of the official plan is only bylaw designation with respect to lot frontage is to create a cohesive streetscape in conjunction with lot dimension and built forms while allowing for site access and servicing requirements. While the lot frontage is reduced, it still allows for sufficient site access, including a 6-meter driveway that connects to the underground parking, as well as the minimum requirements for landscape within the front yard. Next slide, please. The separation distance between the residential apartments and residential detached zone is intended to manage transition between higher and lower density developments. In this case, the 3-story apartment building is appropriately scaled with a height of 9.4 meters, which is both below the 24-meter minimum height or maximum height requirement in the RA zone, as well as the 10-meter height permitted within the RD zone. As no height variances are proposed, the development provides an appropriate transitioning into the neighborhood to the north. Next slide, please.
Exceeded your time.
No problem. So in summary, the proposal replaces the underutilized rear garages with a new 3-story apartment building, provides 10 new housing units in a compact urban form, which aligns with council-approved housing action plan. Proposal also includes a large new amenity space, which is to be shared between both the severed and the retained lands. In our opinion, the requested variances, as well as the consent application, are minor in nature and appropriate and desirable for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Got a few questions for you.
Sure thing.
So just want to tidy up the numbers. So you currently have 97 parking spots and 87 units, is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
13 of which are visitors? And you're proposing 97 units?
97 units would
Between the two sites?
Correct, that's correct, yes.
And how many parking spaces?
So in total, there would be, between the 2 units, or between the 2 are, apologize, I'm just trying to find that.
For some reason, I had 88, but I don't think that's correct.
97 parking spaces, 84 tenant spaces, and 13 visitor parking spaces. On the, or sorry.
Current, that's current.
Yes, current, sorry. 73 total spaces, plus 12 spaces, so that would be 84 parking spaces total
Okay,
for
so
the
I wasn't
day.
too far off. So 84,
Correct, yeah.
85,
And
13 of which are
85,
visitors?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay. I'll recalculate the
So 80,
ratios. Okay.
85 is resident parking spaces for both the severed and the retained lands, because we're proposing 12 spaces for the new development.
Okay, now, you're talking about shared spaces. So what easements are you going to put in place for access between the 2 units if you're proposing to sever the 2 properties?
Correct. So there's going to be a shared use parking arrangement as well as an access arrangement in between the 2 properties in order to facilitate that, the shared parking between the 2.
Okay, so shouldn't those easement requests be a part of your application now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we were going to deal with it with city legal post-severance application.
Okay.
Yep.
And, okay, that's it for me for now. Anyone else? Okay. All right, thank you. Grab a seat and we'll go through the rest of the deputants.
So before we start, Mr. Chair, we do have one connected speaker, but there's a bunch of them are in they're going to share the mic essentially, but they're in different addresses. They're just on one computer.
Okay.
There is one that's going to be speaking for 2, so 15 Jacinta and 17 Jacinta Drive. I believe they'll just get the 5 minutes versus 5 minutes each. So they'll just get 5 minutes to talk about both properties, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 speakers. Do we not have 7 anymore?
Yeah, we have 7. It's just Jacqueline is going to be speaking for Dahlia. That's the mother. So Jacqueline wants to speak on behalf of Dahlia. But Jacqueline lives at 15 Jacinta, and then Dahlia is at 17 Jacinta. So it's technically different addresses, but
okay.
But we'll start.
I'll let you juggle that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We can start with Laura.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Hello?
Laura, do you hear us? Oh, let me, she's logged in twice. I'm going to try her the other one. Laura, can you hear us? Laura, you're unmuted. We can't hear you right now. Let's do both. Laura?
Let's do someone else.
Okay, we can go to Wong.
Okay, hello?
Hello.
Oh, welcome. Okay, so is this Hong Dang?
What's happening? Wong, can you hear us? We heard you for like a second.
Hello.
Hi, can you say your address, please? Your name and your address? Wong, we can't hear you. You might be cutting in and out. If you can hear me, can you just say your full name and address, please?
Okay, let's try the next one.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to just connect with Jacqueline because she was telling me all of them might be in the same room. So let's try Jacqueline and then we can go from there.
Hello?
Hello? Is this Jacqueline?
I can't hear the chairman.
Is this Jacqueline?
1 second. Let me see if there's a issue on our end.
Looks like their mics are off.
Oh, there we go.
No, but we're using
Thank
these
goodness.
mics.
Can you hear us now?
Hi. Hi, sorry, it's Jacqueline.
Okay, are you good to do your presentation now?
Sorry, sir, are you referring to Jacqueline?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Benigno. I'm representing my parents at 17 Jacinta Drive, as well as 15, 11, and 9.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mr. Chair and distinguished members of the committee. We, the residents of Jacinta Drive 9, 11, 15, and 17, have submitted an opposition to the variances requested. We understand the requirements necessary for housing in the city of Toronto, but we feel that this is an overdevelopment and really at the cost of the homeowners that have resided there over 50 years. I grew up on that street as well. So right now we have a few concerns and really wanted to kind of pose those as well. We had a letter that was sent to the City of Toronto by Right Honorable Councillor Francis Nunziata. It was dated June 11th.
I don't think we've seen
Did you
that.
receive that?
No.
I can send it to Thomas as well if you haven't. Oh, there it is. It's up. So if you can see from that, we had the letter that was submitted. There is an existing wall that forms the back of all of these properties, starting from the top of the street, and it's like a carport, effectively.
Yep.
You know, we need to understand what, if anything, will happen to that wall, because the concerns that we have are relative to the setbacks and the access to the property. If, you know, construction was to occur, there would be a lack of security, privacy, loss of like basically sun coming through until quite into the midday because of the height of the building and the structure. We're opposed to severing it and opposed to the variances required to come closer to the prescribed properties. Really, it affects the quiet enjoyment of the homeowners, and it would really veil the backyards, and most people on that street are avid gardeners. We also have a concern about property value decreases, and the building that's being prescribed is really too close to the existing residences. There would be extra kind of resources that would need to be utilized with sewer maintenance, other existing easements, as well as an underground parking structure, and the existing parking that now is being allocated by those garages are going to bring all of those people into the other streets for parking. So we have a severe parking situation already as it is, but with those being gone, you know, we could be looking at 2, 3, 4, 5 years of disruption with dust, construction, you know, trees that would need to be protected, tree removal. So quite a lot of concerns from the residents.
Anything else?
I mean, I just, at the high level, we really wanted to understand. This is the first time that we were really even understanding that this was a possibility. We already have a large building Now this additional piece is going to infringe upon the entire backyard, and we really need to understand, we don't want this to happen in the back of those buildings. And we also don't understand, is this an Ontario housing project? Is this a condominium apartment? Is this what type of apartment is it? Is it like the same apartment we already have?
I believe from what we've heard, it's the same
I couldn't
owners.
hear, sorry.
It's the same apartment owners.
Okay. Because currently we do have ABC buildings on the corner of Lawrence, and they're structurally around the opposite side. And we have had what I would consider to be security issues. And most of the people on that street are, of retirement age.
Okay.
So I'm concerned.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. I appreciate your time.
No worries. Who are we going to try next, Thomas?
So we'll try Laura since there was a little bit technical difficulty. So I'm just going to connect Laura right now. Laura, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
now.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. Do you have more than one device open? Because there's lots of feedback.
No. Oh, sorry. Maybe I was trying to connect again.
I would suggest I'm just going to expel your other ones. So
Yes, I had a problem.
I think
I couldn't hear anything. I didn't hear the presentation. But anyways, I'm here to ask your support, guys. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Laura Sa. I'm a resident of the neighborhood for the past 20 years. I'm here today to formally object to the proposed development of the 3-story building with underground parking on the site. My concerns are basically safety, traffic, and the quality of life of an already very busy residential street. As you know, we have several buildings in the area, even a large building already in this property. With this new proposal, all vehicles entering and exiting this development will be required to use Colwoood Road. This street is already heavily used with limited capacity, frequent congestion that already makes it difficult for the owners to exit our driveways safely. Adding a multi-unit residential building with underground parking would significantly increase traffic volume, which leads to my main concern, safety. Colwoood Road is not just a traffic route, it's a residential street actively used by families, children walking to school, and seniors. We have about 6 schools in the surrounding area, including an elementary school located directly on Colwoood Road. As a result, this area already experienced consistent foot traffic from school-age children walking to and from school, as well parents and caregivers throughout the day. I live here, I see every single day how much the traffic is increasing in this area. I'm also concerned about the cumulative impact on the neighborhood. This proposal represents a significant intensification of the site. A 3-story building with multiple units fundamentally changed the scale and function of the property, introduced more residents, more vehicles, more deliveries, more daily activity. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the committee to carefully consider that this proposal is not appropriate for Colwoood Road. The combination of increased density and concentrate underground parking access raises serious concerns regarding traffic congestion, pedestrian safety, and neighborhood compatibility. Please take your time. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I appreciate it. I missed the presentation, unfortunately, but I'm here to oppose to this proposed development. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay,
So,
next
Mr. Chair, I
speaker.
just want to note, like, so I'm looking at the emails. The room may have been muted, so they may have just missed that presentation. The presentation was on video, but the room was not unmuted. So that's why the deputants are saying they didn't hear the presentation. So I'm not sure if, like, during the rebuttal, if you can do a presentation. I don't know if you want to do a presentation again, or because they didn't hear, and I feel like it could be unfair, so they don't really know what's happened.
I'm not sure that it'll change anyone's opinion, but so the room was muted?
Yeah, so when we went on break, the room was muted, and then when we resumed, the room was not unmuted.
One of my staff members said they heard my presentations.
Depending, was your staff on YouTube? Because YouTube may have, like, they may have heard it on YouTube, but on WebEx.
But not on WebEx.
Yeah, and then we.
You know what? Let's go through the deputants, and at the end, we can ask the applicant to do a brief summary before they do the rebuttal, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, understood.
Okay.
I'll address their concerns and give some.
I'll connect Wong, just since we were having technical difficulties with her. So.
Yes. Hi. So I'm at the 11 Jangsinta Drive, and Jacqueline already represent me and the whole neighborhood that behind the building that requested to in the plant. So I'm just shortly say that this is like really need to be considered about the neighborhood in general, the density, the safety, and the security. And also, like, as the new homeowner of this residential, and I think it's really nice and safety for elderly and young children. And if this project's place, this will be like honestly that destroy the whole environment for the people living here even 60 years ago. And that is not fair for everybody in the neighborhood. So I'm just kindly request that you, the committee should really consider about this with the in general of the residents in the neighborhood instead of just for one owner of the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to try Martha?
So Martha is not online, but we do have Rose online.
Sure.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Rose Puntillo. I'm a 9 Jacinta Drive. My concern is the back wall where the garages are now, they're going to be torn down. Now, there's an existing wall. Is that wall going to be torn down and rebuilt with something else? And the building that's going up is too close to my backyard, to the whole area. That's concern, like that's right, like having somebody right next to your face. I'm sorry to say, but I don't want that building there. I oppose it. It's like it's not just me; it's the whole neighborhood. Right? It's like it's also concerning. It's the security. It's like, and then if the wall comes down, and then do they need to take our property to actually build anything in front of it?
No
Like
one
how
can,
much fee
no
do
one
they-
can take your property, and
Okay,
yes,
but once the wall comes down-
yes, the wall would be removed, and the
Okay, so
building
there
would.
is no fence other than the wall.
I'll let the applicant address that, but the building would be further back than the wall is currently, so there would actually be more green space between what's there now and what's being proposed.
But there's no wall. But if there won't be, if they're taking, there's no security. Once the wall comes down, there is not a fence. There's no security saying nobody's going to trespass into my property. And then when I have a big tree there, is that tree going to be taken down? Right at the corner where next to the building, where the wall is. The wall, the tree. Is that going to kill my tree? It's like, and that tree right now is also my security, where nobody can see me, what I'm doing in the backyard, because I do a lot of gardening. And there's also this project that you guys are doing, you're proposing, it's stopping me from doing my project in my backyard.
Okay, we're not
From me
doing,
building what
we're
I
not
need to
doing the
build.
project. We're here to,
Yeah, I know, okay.
we're here to hear a proposal for someone who wants to
Right,
do the
so,
project.
another way, like I said, because this proposal you guys are proposing is stopping me to do my stuff in my own property, because there's going to be no wall, no security, so I can't do it. Now, trees there, and the tree can come down and knock off them, and the new stuff that I'm going to be building. So I'm at a standstill myself, because I can't do anything until this is done with. Until you guys decide what you're going to do. It's putting me at a
Okay,
standstill myself.
thank you. At this point, what we're asking for your input into the proposal. We are not making the proposal.
Okay,
No one
all
can
right.
touch your tree. No one can infringe onto your property. That's not what this is about.
Do they also need, how do you say it? When they're going to, if they do the building, would they need access, a kind of footage into my property for them to do the building or not?
No.
Oh, they don't, okay.
Just a minute, Jackie. Just
All right,
Just a minute. Hold on.
hold on.
Yes? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
okay, if you've made your presentation, that's great.
Yes.
Listen, by
All right.
taking the wall off, we're not secured any of
If they take the wall down, okay?
Okay, well, who's speaking? Oh, wait, stop. Who's speaking now?
Oh, sorry, I got another one on the phone. No. So, like I said, once that wall comes down, there is no security going into our yard. Are they going to replace it with something else?
They'll tell you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, but right now, I want to know what your concerns are about what's being proposed.
Well, my concern is a 3-story building going right in front, right next to the wall.
Well, it's not going to be right next to the wall.
That's my backyard.
Okay, can you, if you want to answer to a question, you need to stop talking for a minute.
Okay.
The wall is not going, the new building is not going where the wall is now. It will be set back from your property.
How many feet?
Well, it won't be 30, it'll be,
Because remember, we have another building right next to it. So how many feet is from that building to my backyard?
wait a minute. It's 4.5 meters. If you look at the site plan, right? So about 16 feet, right? Right now, that wall is probably a foot or two away. So it will be quite a few feet back from where that wall is now.
So my concern is, okay, because that thing is 3 feet high, okay, the building, 3 stories. Like, and there's windows and stuff, and when there's windows, there's door, like I said, balconies.
Okay, those are the kind of concerns we want to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, they're going to be facing my way, like into my driveway.
I don't know, have you looked at the drawings?
Yes, I have. Hold on, listen.
Listen, why do you have to take the wall down? On
Okay,
this
I'm not going to
property?
get, I'm not the applicant.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. All right.
Okay, thank you. Is there someone else that wants to speak?
So we had a Carlos Sosa, but they're currently not online. I believe that's everyone that's registered to speak.
There's Dahlia.
What about Dahlia?
Dahlia, so Dahlia, I will connect her, but that was Jacqueline was representing. But it's Jacqueline's mother. So it'll be up to the committee. We can, so they are from different addresses, yeah.
If Dahlia wants to speak, that's fine. If not, let's move on.
Okay, I'll meet Dahlia.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, sorry, it's Jacqueline. My mom doesn't have the cell phone. So I'm the one that's basically speaking on behalf of my parents.
Okay.
So my whole piece is,
No, if
this
you've
wall
already
doesn't have the,
spoken and your mother's not speaking for herself, then we can't hear from you again.
okay, but I was given 2 spots to speak for Carlos for 15 as well. So I should be able to speak on both areas because we don't have clarity. We were not able to hear any of the presentation that was given from the applicant at all.
Okay, how does that justify you speaking twice?
Sorry, I don't understand what it is that's being proposed and why a wall would be removed if you're going to be set back. Why are you taking a wall down? Why are you like changing things in the prescribed area when, like I said, once you open up that wall, there's no protection for my parents, for the rest of the people on that street.
Okay, we're going to ask the applicant if they're going to put up a fence or what the screening is going to be. We can get into that. Obviously, they didn't do very good processing of
Yeah, and
information
so
with
what
the
we're
neighbors.
saying is we don't want to, we want
I
to
know,
stop
but
it.
you
Okay.
had
We
an
wanna oppose it.
opportunity to speak. We don't have anything from Carlos saying you're speaking for him. So
Like, if you don't have anything new to introduce, then what's
but
the
she
point of you
can't-
saying the same thing again?
But sorry. I said what I had to say, yes, but you didn't respond to anything.
The response is going to come from the applicant when all of the deputants are finished.
Okay.
And
We
then
haven't heard from the applicant. That's what I'm
that's
trying to.
correct. And you
Yeah.
won't hear from them until you guys have finished expressing all your concerns so they can address all of your concerns in one shot.
Okay. I will wait for it. The problem is that once you mute us, we can't put our hand up. We can't do anything to ask a question.
Well, you got to ask your question.
Respectfully, I'll wait. That's fine. No, that's fine.
Okay, thank
I
you.
mean,
That's the advantage of coming in person, but anyway, that's... Okay, are there any other speakers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so if I can get Christopher back.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the technical difficulties and also appreciate the residents showing up and outlining their concerns. And I'll do my best to try to summarize much of the presentation as well as...
I'm going to give you the 5 minutes to do your rebuttal. At the end of that, I'm going to give you another 3 minutes to do a summary of your presentation so that everyone's clear on what's going on.
Sure thing.
Unless you want to do the summary first.
I think I can summarize and go from there, yeah.
Okay.
The concerns and go from there. So first concern is from Councilor Nunzia's letter. We reviewed the letter, and I will be speaking to many of the concerns within there. One thing that I'd like to note within the letter is she is incorrect in stating the urban forestry conditions. She stated within her letter that urban forestry requested deferral or denial of the application, which isn't correct. They've actually just requested that a permit be obtained for the removal of the trees on the existing site itself. As a transition, in terms of the trees, we submitted an arborist report to the Committee of Adjustment as part of this application, as well as a tree preservation plan. Within the tree preservation plan, all of the neighbors' trees to the north are requested to be maintained and protected as part of this application, with only removals within the building footprint of the proposed building itself, as you can see from that.
Get you to stop and stop the clock. And Thomas, just check in if everyone can hear now.
Let me just go for Dahlia. Can you hear us now? Is everything okay on your end? Okay, perfect.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Moving forward with the topic of overdevelopment. So in terms of the lot size, the only variance that's required for the severed lot is the lot frontage. Both the lot depth as well as the lot size have been maintained for the severed lot. And for the retained lot, again, there's no changes to the overall built form. The only variance that's being requested is for FSI, which is a function of removing land area from the existing parcel of land and reducing the overall lot size of the retained building. So again, the minimum lot size of the retained site as well as the lot frontage is in conformity with the zoning bylaw. In terms of the garages and building depth, the overall building depth of the garages will be reduced given that half of the garages will be removed on the west side of the site, which will open up opportunities for more sunlight for the rear yards of the neighbors that are directly to the north. So this will also effectively decrease hardscape in the overall area, as well as introduce an additional 1,500 square meter amenity space for both the severed and the retained lands on completion. In terms of the retaining wall, obviously through the building permit process, grading plans are going to have to be reviewed, and existing grades along the property line will need to be maintained in this regard. There's no intention as part of this application to remove that retaining wall. And of course, most applications that run through the City of Toronto usually require a board-to-board fence along property lines about 2 meters, 1.8 to 2 meters in height. And I'm sure this can be implemented as part of this development to ensure that adequate privacy concerns are maintained for the neighbors to the north. Specifically speaking, in terms of the neighborhood privacy concerns, I'll speak to height. The height of the 3-story structure has specifically developed to be 9.10 meters in height, which is below both the 24-meter apartment neighborhood maximum as well as the 10-meter residential building height. So as part of this application, no additional height variances are proposed. And the development, in our opinion, provides an appropriate transition from the 6-story apartment building to the south down to the 1 and 2-story developments to the buildings to the north. There's also topics of windows and overlook within to the rear yards. We included floor plans as part of this application as well, which notes that all the units have primary and secondary windows facing to the south half of the site, not to the north into the rear yards of the existing neighborhood. There's a central access corridor that runs along this area that's there in order to provide additional privacy and mitigate some of the overlook issues that the neighbors have concerns with as well. In terms of traffic and access will be wholly maintained from culvert rather than being on the surface, and it'll be housed through an underground grade parking garage, as well as screened from public view. There will be no access to the street to the north. You need to drive to the north. Finally, traffic. By removing parking spaces, the requested reduction of parking promotes a gradual transition towards more sustainable modes of transportation and is in accordance with city policies. Subject site is, again, well connected to existing transit infrastructure with several TTC bus routes which connect to higher order transit. Again, it's about a 15-minute bus ride to Line 1 subway station. So I believe that should address most of the concerns from the public, and more than happy of answering any other questions that the committee may have.
I'm going to put out a few more questions which I think address what some of the deputants were trying to say. So the setback distance from the north property line to the proposed building, I believe, is over 7 meters. Is that correct?
I believe it's 7.5 meters.
7.5 meters.
Correct, yes.
And what's the distance now of the parking garages to that rear yard?
I believe it's within a foot.
Within a foot?
Yeah, so it would be the retaining wall and then directly abutting the retaining.
So they're gaining at least 20 feet of green space in between?
Correct, that's correct.
30?
Yeah.
Okay, which is pretty substantial. It's like a backyard.
Yeah.
I mean, some of that's going to be sidewalk, but a good portion of that is going to be green softscape.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and if we approve this, you're still subject to site plan approval, right?
Site plan approval would not be required, as we don't meet the site plan requirements. It's 10 units, it's under 10 units.
I see.
And under 2,000 square meters of overall GFA. And
Okay.
under four stories in height.
So if you want to make a commitment to some fencing or some privacy, we should impose that today.
I'm sure the owners would be satisfied with that too if it led to an approval. Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And you're not eliminating the entrance from Lawrence. You're just shifting some of the traffic to Culford.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, correct. There's none of the site access from the existing building will be, or sorry, the site access as well as access to the rear yard underground parking garage will be maintained as part of this, inclusive of the visitor parking that's over on the west side of the west.
So the existing underground parking in the existing building essentially unchanged?
That's correct, yes.
So what you're doing is you're adding some underground parking to the new proposed unit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, because I think there wasn't a really good, or there's obviously not a good understanding of what's being proposed by the neighbors. And I don't know if that's a factor of, you can't just rely on notice. Not everyone is tech savvy enough to go to the online system to figure out exactly what's what. So
understood. Yeah.
really, I think a lot of the people here were just concerned that you're going to be replacing the wall with the building, and if that's what you were proposing, I'd be pretty damn concerned too. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. Can we, just for the benefit of the people who didn't get the presentation earlier, can we just put up, or you've got it up there anyway. So can you just point out the distance between the back property line and the proposed building, and the fact that that's 7.5 meters away versus 1 foot away, which is what it is now? So I don't know if people, I guess if they're watching this on YouTube, they can see that, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry to get up again.
Yeah, sorry.
In my presentation, there is a side-by-side with the existing as well as the proposed.
Okay.
So if you want to bring that up, that might convey what you're speaking to. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. So you can see the garages along the back, virtually along the back property line versus now the new building being 25 to 30 feet away from the property line, plus anything on the west side would have nothing built up. It would just be open space. And you're committing to a privacy fence being constructed along the north property line, correct? Okay.
And to recap, the retaining wall stays, correct?
Okay, so
everyone knows.
yeah, so no one's grade is changing behind them. And is your grade lower than theirs?
It is, yes.
It is, okay. So there's no water runoff issue in that regard. Perfect. Okay, makes it clearer for me too. Any other questions? Anybody? No? Okay. I guess my last question, if I'll get you to come back, sorry. Your current parking demand, do you know how many of those spaces are currently used?
I believe there was, so we did a parking utilization study. Apologize for that. Parking utilization study as part of the overall application as well that was included within the submission materials. This evaluated, I think it was about 6 different instances through surveys on the existing site. It was resulted that the combined peak parking demand was observed to be about 73 spaces, consisting of 65 resident spaces and 8 visitor spaces. So the reason why we included that number of parking spaces within our underground for new spaces was in order to meet that demand as part of those utilization surveys that we had conducted.
Okay, and do you have flexibility to change visitor to resident spaces in the future if need be?
I could look into that. I would have to verify with the bylaw, but I know we are reducing
No,
to 8.
can't,
Yeah, I
because
think that's
they
the
have a
minimum.
variance for that.
Yeah. We've already reduced it to 8, which I believe is the bylaw minimum.
So I thought you're still providing 13 visitor spaces.
Sorry.
That's required.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can't reduce the number of visitor spaces?
No, because they're proposing 8.
Yeah.
They're proposing 8?
Yes.
Okay, so I heard incorrectly when I asked you then what was proposed versus what was current.
So it's on the notice for parts 2 and 3, variance number 2.
I see, okay. Because I had heard you're maintaining the 13 visitor, but you're not. You're going to 8, okay. Okay.
We did evaluate adding additional parking spaces to the 1,500 square meter green space that's to the north. However, the owner's decision was to try to provide additional amenity area for both buildings within this location. So.
Okay, but no one's losing a parking spot that currently has one?
Correct. Correct. And if there are losses, again, there's no intent to build currently at this time, like move forward with it right away. I understand from the owner that as leases get renewed, parking will be removed from those new leases in order to slowly reduce that number of required parking spaces, just to maintain the maximum that we have on site.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think it's clear in my head. Clear as mud, yeah. Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is a good development. It responds to housing needs of the city, and it's very respectful and sensitive in my mind to the neighborhood to the north. I think it's a very desirable project.
I sense a motion coming on.
I could segue right into a motion if you wish. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, I find this, as I said, a very attractive, desirable project, and I have no issues with any of the variances. I find them to be in line with the 4 tests under the Planning Act. So I'm going to move approval subject to Urban Forestry Condition 2, the Development, Engineering, and Transportation Review Conditions. And I think, I think that's it.
Unless you want to put the privacy fence as a condition.
Subject to, okay, do we want to talk about that? Maybe get some agreement on the detail, 1.5 meter?
Whatever's, I guess whatever's the maximum bylaw permitted.
I think that's standard. 1.8 or 1.5?
Why don't you just put whatever the maximum bylaw permitted?
Okay, subject to whatever the maximum height are allowed by the zoning on the
fence bylaw, yeah.
So on the north wall?
Yeah, and that would be a board on board, so there's privacy as opposed to a chain link fence.
Okay, so a full board on board, no translucent?
No.
No, full, solid, can't see through it. I'm sure staff can
I'll second that.
create an intelligent condition out of my mumbling. Can I
So
kinda-
the applicant shall install a privacy fence along the north lot line to the maximum permitted height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good with that?
Thanks.
I'll second that.
I think my motion's,
Okay, Mr. Dalton is seconded. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to everyone. I think we kind of finally teased it all out. Okay, item 18 has been deferred. So we're on to item 19. Which is 56 East Drive. This is an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 residential lots. Forestry is requesting condition 2. ECS has advisory comments. And this is a former severance that has lapsed, and so they're back to get it back again. Therefore, there are no variances being requested for the resulting severance. Russell Cheeseman is the agent.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can.
Yes, sir. My name is Russell Cheeseman. I'm the solicitor for Franton Homes, Inc., the owner and the applicant in respect to this matter. You have indicated correctly that this is basically a redo of a previous committee of adjustment, a matter that was given and the severance was granted back in September of 2022. It lapsed because someone did not register the deed before the date that was expired. So we're back making a resubmission, hopefully to clear it up. The project has been completed as far as I know. Building has been built. Photos are in the file along with the application, sir. I think it's pretty straightforward. It met 5124 of the Planning Act before, and it still does. So I think that's what you have to concern yourself with, sir.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, so let's take it into committee.
So based on the evidence provided, I'll move a motion for approval as the application meets the 4 tests and then subject to the June 4th, 2026 Environment, Climate, Forestry Condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder?
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
standard consent conditions, just so.
ECS.
Correct.
Okay. Natalia, thank you for seconding. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you. That was our quickest one today. Okay, number 20, 68 North Heights Road. This is an application to construct a 2-story east side addition that will include an altered garage, a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, a new rear yard deck, and a new front porch. This application was deferred on April the 23rd of this year. They are seeking 4 variances. Forestry is requesting condition 2 in the event of approval. And Stephen Lindy is our agent online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Lindy. I am the architect and agent for the application. I'm located at 48 Bedford Park Avenue in Toronto.
Good afternoon. Thomas, I'm just going to confirm you have no other speakers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I don't think we need a presentation on this. If you're just open to questions, we'd be happy with that.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So having said that, panel members, any questions? No? Okay. So let's take it into committee.
Mr. Chair.
Natalia? Sorry, your mic's way out.
I will bring that motion for approval. I believe it meets the 4 tests. I will flag urban forestry's condition number 2.
And that's
Yep,
it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's the unanimous approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Same to you. Okay, item 21, 18 Gort Avenue. This is an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 undersized residential lots. This item was deferred from April 9th of this year. Forestry is requesting 2 conditions in the event of approval. We have 5 letters of objection on file. Transportation is requesting 2 conditions in the event of approval. ECS is requesting the usual conditions of severance, and Metrolinx has advisory comments. This application, if approved, is also if the severance is approved, the 2 parts are also seeking 15 variances for Part 1 and 14 variances for Part 2. There is a revised presentation in our added material. Mr. Romano, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Okay. Franco, I think we're going to need a presentation on this one.
Yep. Staff can bring up my slides, please. Staff are doing that. Let the committee know that this was deferred in April. Someone else was presenting the application and the committee asked for some additional information. And I had supplied that in this letter that staff have brought up, but I'm looking for my presentation slides. You have the presentation slides?
In the additional material.
Yeah, we're pulling it up.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
It's in the later material.
Oh, yes, I did. I made an error on one of the slides and I resubmitted it the following day. So I apologize for that. Thanks for bringing this up. So the north is towards the right on this slide. And I'm just putting it, just put it on this way because it's easier to put Gort Avenue. So the site is located in the southwest corner of Alcan Avenue and Gort Avenue. It's shown in red. What this slide shows is that there's a majority of the lots on the street that have a lot frontage smaller than 12 meters, just over 50%. and they range from 6.71 meters to 20.6 meters, and that's a more rectangular lot or square lot that's off to the left of this page. 25% of the lots have a lot frontage of 7.62 meters or smaller, which is 7.62 meters is what is being proposed, and you'll see immediately across the street. So on the bottom of the page, you'll see 17 GORT, along with a property on Alcan. Recent severances, both along GORT and in that intersection. Lot areas have a similar varied lot fabric, with over 54% of properties on GORT being smaller than the zoning bylaw requirements. If we go to slide number 2, please, we'll see in terms of lot coverage. The proposed lot coverage is being interpreted to include the rear deck and stairs. Otherwise, the dwelling itself is at about 36, just over 36%. It's a little different for both lots, but it's just over 36% for the dwelling. It's quite common in the neighborhood, including along Court Avenue, for lot coverage to exceed the 33% permitted by the zoning bylaw, and we'll see that there's 58% of properties on this street have a lot coverage that's in excess of 33%, and 29% are larger to or equal to 40%. And those are the blue boxes that are in the right of way on this slide. Go to slide number 3, see in terms of gross floor area, the variance request for gross floor area, or FSI, includes the basement in this case. Without the basement, it's at 0.71. And it's quite common, again, for GFA to exceed the maximum permitted under the zoning bylaw. The range is up to 1.25 along GORT Avenue itself. And again, 42% of properties exceed the 0.4. So it's quite common to, if we count the 2 stories that are above above grade, it's at 0.71, and that's a fairly common condition along GORT and in the neighborhood, whether it's detached or semi-detached. We go to slide number 4, see in terms of side yard setbacks. 42% of properties have a side yard setback of 0.61 meters or smaller, and it's quite common for lots to have less than 1.2 meters. This is in a neighborhood where zoning bylaw before 569/2013 had a performance standard of 0.9 meters for a main building, and that is why we'll see lots that are smaller than 1.2. It's quite common to have 0.6, 0.61, 0.62, and we'll see in the orange color, 0.62 to 1.19 is also a very common condition. In terms of building length, on the next slide, slide number 5, the proposal has a building length variance that is including the rear uncovered porch at the ground level. And that is why it's 20.27 meters. Otherwise, the dwelling itself is 17.83 meters. And properties exceeding 17 meters, it's about 39% of properties on GORT Avenue. So it's quite a common condition. We'll go to the next slide, slide number 6. We'll see residential sampling on both slides 6 and 7. There are lots here that are being severed and not severed, and many of them have variances for lot frontage, lot area. Quite a bit of the lot fabric that is existing lots of record have lot sizes that are smaller than the zoning bylaw requirement. And there are also properties that have building height, which is measured to the midpoint under an older 1979 zoning bylaw, but there's also a building height measurement under the 569/2013 bylaw, which the proposal complies with. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but satisfied with all of the conditions of approval that staff have recommended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I guess you've given a lot of good examples. Could you highlight if any of those actually have the majority of the same variances? Because you've got quite a few combined in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so slide number 6, thank you for that question. So slide number 6, which staff have got up here, in the upper left-hand corner, this is on the right-hand side of that first photograph is 17 GORT Avenue. That's the one that shows up on my slides because it's along GORT, and beside it is 51 Elcan Avenue. So that upper left photograph, those buildings have a GFA above grade of 0.7745, a lot coverage of about 39%, side yard setbacks of 0.61, a building height of 8.8 meters, a wall height of 7.3 meters, lot frontage and lot area variances as well. If you go to the just underneath that is 14A and 14B GORT. This is more of a mansard style roof. So this design basically at the time would have been interpreted to comply with the wall height because of the eaves that kind of come down off to the left and the right on the sides. But I would say that it wouldn't comply today because under 569/2013. But this has a GFA, a depth, lot frontage, and lot area variance. And if we go to slide number 7, we'll see in the middle, the bottom middle, 17 and 15 Park Avenue. Those have GFA, side yard setback, lot coverage, length, depth, height, wall height, and several other variances. So what we don't see in these conditions is what's happening in the backyard, and I didn't list those as the variances, but there are platform variances, particularly when the basement is counted as the first floor, which has actually been a more recent interpretation under the bylaw over the last maybe 2 or 3 years. So the deck variances that are on the proposal before you today for 18 GORT have to do with the fact that the first floor above grade is counted as the second floor. That's why there's a platform area variance, and then there's a bunch of variances that then get measured for height, etc. So those are the examples in terms of severance. If you look at the upper right on this slide number 7, this is on a lot of record. It's an 8-meter lot frontage, but this also has GFA, side yard setback, lot coverage, height, wall height variances. Something that's shown on these photographs as well, those two that I've just indicated on slide 7, you've got about 6 or 8 steps leading up to the first floor or the foyer. That's the common first floor height variance that we have on 18 GORT. And even in the middle of the top row on slide number 7, 47 GORT, that also has more than half a dozen steps leading up to the first floor, which is what the proposal has. So there's a good alignment not only with the first floor, but 2 levels of living above the integral garage.
Okay, thank you. And the reason that your basement is being interpreted as ground floor is because it's more than 50% above grade, is that correct?
Again, thank you for that question. If I'm not sure if staff got it quickly, but if you look at a side elevation, part of the basement is more than, it's got that 50%, and then the back of the building, or sorry, the front of the building is lower. So it's more than 50%. That's closer to established grade. Yep. That's why they're counting.
And the reason for that construction?
Quite common in this neighborhood for it's got a low water
Does it
table.
have to do with the driveway?
Yes, it's got
or?
a high water table. So we're trying to minimize the excavation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Do we have anyone else? Any speakers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions from panel members?
No.
No? Okay. I think, there were a number of opposition letters, but I think most of that's been addressed. I don't know if there's anything else that you want to mention to address the 5 opposition letters?
Actually, I think, Mr. Chairman, most of those letters were referring to 2 designs, I guess maybe 3 designs. One is an owner at 14 Court Avenue that said, you know, I live in a severed lot, and the applicant should basically follow what happened on our property, and then showed examples at 51 Elgin, which are detached, and then another example of a semi at 37 A and B Gort Avenue, which I actually have in my
It's
slides
okay,
as well.
it's okay. I don't think you need to get into that much
I've,
detail. That's fine.
Yeah, so I've addressed those based on the fact that I think they're unaware, those residents are unaware that those applications actually sought very similar variances
Yeah,
to
okay.
facilitate those developments.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there's no other questions, let's take it into committee. I've lost it. Okay, here it is. Okay, so lots of variances and lots of conditions. It's the best way I can summarize it. Any discussion?
Just that, yeah, as you noted, there are a lot of variances, but it does work for this site. And a lot of them are technical, because I mean, both applications have like 3 or 4 variances that are related to the platform, and that all stems from the fact of what they need to address on site in terms of the water table and all the rest of it. So
Yeah, I mean, my initial reaction to reading this file was that cumulatively the variances are excessive. Yeah, and then sort of with the explanation for the ones I was particularly concerned about, I feel a little less concerned. Those were 3 and 4.
I think the data we got today on comparables in the immediate context, which is what we asked for in early April, was very helpful and certainly changed my concerns to, I guess, more toward comfort.
I agree with that comment, and I also note that the internal reviews within the city came back with certain conditions to be imposed, but no concerns otherwise.
Okay, someone ready for a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion to approve both the consent and the minor variances. I find on the consent side of things, I see I'm satisfied that the lot configuration is quite compatible in the immediate context. And on the variance side, although there are numerous, I'm satisfied that many are technical in nature, and I don't have a problem finding them to be in keeping with the 4 tests. I'm content that the planning department is okay with this application. So I'll move approval of the consent and the minor variances. And that would be subject to standard conditions of consent, plus urban forestry 1 and 2. Now, I only have, in addition to that, I have 2 transportation review conditions. I don't see any conditions from development engineering, unless I'm misreading something.
They're in their original materials.
yeah, it's the May 8th memo.
Sorry, what item on my list of items here?
So you have to go back to the original.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
ECS has a meeting.
Okay, so I can say development engineering and transportation review conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Romano.
And now, Mr. Chair.
We got to go back to item 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, number 4.
So they're not online, even though we've made repeated attempts to contact them. They've asked for a deferral to obtain a zoning review. So if you could make that in your motion before we reschedule. And they also didn't post the sign, so also to post the sign.
So there's a notice issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion for deferral for item 4.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair. I move to defer this matter to address the notice issue and address the, what was the second?
Obtain a zoning review.
Obtain a zoning review. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, seconder.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimously deferred. So now we need a motion to adjourn.
I'll move adjournment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you to staff.
Thank you, members.